All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's City Council regular meeting for Monday, November 18th. We have two study session topics on for tonight. Up first is Deputy City Manager Tim Dodd, Management Fellow Liz Ramsey, Communications Director Chris Harguth, and Sonya Wytinck. I'll keep practicing. Should have. From Polco here to provide an overview of the results from the 2024 Annual Community Satisfaction Survey. Good evening, Ms. Ramsey.
Good evening. I am here to introduce Sonya. She is the COO of Polco, and we recently conducted our national community survey from September to October. We do it every 2 years. The last one we did was in 2022. And so I am just going to pass it over to Sonya to go over the results of the survey with you all.
Thank you. All right. Get some reading glasses. So thank you, Liz, and also Mayor and Council members. Thanks for having me here. I'd also like to, on behalf of myself and Polco, thank Tim Dodd and Chris Harguth, who helped us a lot through this survey process. So I am Sonya Wytinck. It's a tricky last name for sure. And I'm CEO of Polco. I've been working with local governments for the last 20 years, helping them do research to help them do performance measurement and all sorts of good stuff like that. While I'm presenting, I do want to note that the bulk of this work was done by my staff, especially Grace Arneson, who was the project manager for this NCS go-round. And I think actually the last one in 2022 as well. We greatly appreciate your continued partnership with us, and it's an honor to have been gathering data with you since 2007. Just a little about us. We are an online platform. We have tools that help governments empower their residents' voices, get input on strategic planning, budgeting, performance. We make civil verified online engagement accessible for your community. NRC is the research arm of Polco, and we've worked with hundreds of jurisdictions nationwide for the past 30 years. We're best known for our national benchmarking surveys, including this one, the National Community Survey, National Employee Survey, and a few others. Our benchmark database is the largest of its kind in the United States, and we're exclusive partners with the ICMA and National League of Cities. We learn a lot working with local governments, and we're very proud to share that knowledge and support thought leadership in the local government space. Before we dive into the results, I want to emphasize that there's a variety of ways these results can be used. Most commonly, jurisdictions use their survey to monitor trends of resident opinion over time, to measure government performance and ratings of public trust, to inform budgeting processes and strategic plans. Our results allow you to benchmark your community characteristics against other communities, and our hope is that as these findings are presented, it'll add additional important context to the great work that you guys are already doing in your community. The National Community Survey, or the NCS, is a standardized 5-page comprehensive survey used to assess resident opinion about community and local government. The NCS focuses on the livability of Englewood by categorizing survey questions into 10 main facets of community livability, as shown here. These facets have been identified through extensive survey research as those that are the most impactful on residents' quality of life. There are many survey items included in each of these 10 facets to provide a full picture of how residents feel about their community. Finally, these facets align with municipal departments, making it easy for city staff to quickly find information that's most important to them. A little about the methods. So all households in Englewood were eligible to do the survey, but for our random sample, we purchased the US Postal List of all residential addresses in the area. We geocoded them against a boundary file that you guys provided, and then we chose 3,510 addresses that were within that boundary randomly. Data was collected from September 4th and remained open for 5 weeks. The first mailing was a postcard invitation to an online survey. The second one was a paper survey with a postage page reply envelope in case people didn't want to do it online. But both of those mailings included a web link and a QR code because a lot of people do like to do it online. So overall, 268 completed surveys were received. It's a response rate of 8%, a margin of error of plus or minus 6%. The response rate is a little low, but not much lower than what we're seeing in most communities. But 268 completed surveys is an excellent number, and this plus or minus 6% margin of error is quite typical for these surveys. So excellent data and good for your strategies. So we also weight the data after it comes in, and that's just basically us comparing who responded to how the overall norms of the census, population norms of the census, and then we do some statistical weighting to make it further representative in case some folks over-respond and some under, which they generally do. So this presentation, we also, and then after we completed this address-based outreach, we also opened another survey linked to a community-wide open participation survey. It was publicized by Englewood staff, and another 135 residents responded to that survey. We are just going to discuss the results from the 268 tonight, but those other results are in your reports. So as I mentioned before, one of the advantages of doing the National Community Survey is that you get to benchmark against 500 communities across the nation, but you also take advantage of our local presence, and Englewood receives custom benchmarks, which compared them to Front Range and other Colorado communities that were with similar characteristics. So on to the results. In the survey, we have 2 questions that directly ask about the 10 facets of community livability. The first asks residents to rate the quality of each of these 10 facets. The questions were asked on a 4-point scale where residents could choose excellent, good, fair, or poor. We consider excellent and good to be positive ratings, and for ease of the presentation and for comparison, we will be just showing the percent excellent, good in these slides. In the report, you can see all 4 points on the base, but just for ease, we're just talking about excellent and good. We also show the comparison to the national benchmark with shading in the bars of the chart. You can see higher is darker, similar is middle color, and lower is the lighter color. And in the charts, in upcoming charts, we also add some notations, some little up arrows for trends when we compare it to 2022 results, and another little marker that shows your comparison against the custom Colorado benchmarks. The second question refers to the same 10 facets of livability, but it's centered on how important residents think these are for the community to focus on them for the next 2 years. So we ask about both quality and importance of these facets so we can have some context for creating a quality importance comparison, which we're going to see on this next slide. So this chart, which is also included in the report, is one of many ways to interpret the data. It can be used to help you determine what areas may need some additional policy focus or resource allocation in the coming years, and which areas are really performing well. It shows which areas are relatively higher importance and lower quality to residents. So those are kind of the focus areas that we would say. So here, safety, economy, utilities, and mobilities have larger gaps and potentially need attention. Of course, everything needs additional context as well. But if you note, the ratings for utilities and safety and economy were lower than the national benchmarks. Utilities and safeties were also lower than the custom benchmarks, and rating for economy was similar to custom benchmarks. Mobility was similar to both of the benchmarks, but it had a drop in ratings from 2022 to 2024. So we'll look at each of these in turn in later slides, but that just gives you a sense of why we create this quality importance matrix. So just a big kind of overall picture, there's 123 survey items that residents provide ratings for. None of the ratings received were higher than the national benchmark. 94 were similar to the benchmark, and 29 received lower ratings. They're considered similar if they're within 10 points of the benchmark and different if they're more than 10. As mentioned, Englewood also compared to the results to custom benchmarks of the Front Range and Colorado communities with similar characteristics. And of the 123 items, 5 received higher ratings, 99 received similar, and 19 received lower. So overall, 85% were similar or better than those norms. A very important benchmark for any community is how you compare to yourself over time. So when compared to 2022 results from Englewood's NCS, 12 were ratings that were higher than the previous survey. 101 received similar ratings and 10 received lower ratings. So about 90% were similar or better. Note that we only highlight differences that are statistically significantly different, but I trip over that phrase, so I don't keep saying that. I'm just gonna say higher or lower and assume that it's statistically significant. So moving on to some more detailed highlights of our finding. Note that there's gonna be a lot of things in the report that we don't cover because we only have 15, 20 minutes. But I'm gonna point out some things that stood out for us as researchers and focus on the areas we thought were most noteworthy. So to start with the highest performing areas, in the area of governance, ratings of public information services topped the list and increased from 59% excellent and good in 2022 to 68% in 2024. About 6 in 10 community members gave excellent or good ratings for treating residents with respect and treating all residents fairly. Closer to 5 in 10 rated the following items as excellent or good: welcoming resident involvement, being open and transparent to public, being honest, generally acting in the best interest of the community, the value of services for taxes paid to Englewood, informing residents about issues facing the community. Roughly 4 in 10 offered positive reviews to the overall confidence in Englewood government. All of these ratings are similar to the national and the custom benchmarks. Looking at inclusivity and engagement, as a measure of how older adults fare in a community, roughly 6 in 10 praised Englewood as a place to retire, which was an increase from 48% in 2022. About 7 in 10 felt Englewood does a good or excellent job at valuing and respecting people from diverse backgrounds. Attracting people from diverse backgrounds had positive ratings from 64% of residents, and that was an increase from 53% in 2022. And it was also higher than the custom benchmarks. A similar proportion felt positively about making all residents feel welcome. While about half gave positive ratings to Englewood community taking care of vulnerable residents, this was an improvement from 38% in 2022. Close to 2/3 of residents applauded opportunities to participate in community matters and to volunteer. And the first showed an increase from 54% in 2022. Around half of community members were satisfied with opportunities to participate in social events and activities, neighborliness of residents, the residents' connection to their community, with the latter spiking up from 32% to 50% in 2024. The sense of civic community pride saw an increase from 36% to 46% in 2020, from 2022 to 2024. Residents highly value cities' parks and recreation opportunities, with about 7 in 10 applauding the recreation centers, facilities, programs, classes, as well as city parks. About 6 in 10 gave excellent or good reviews to fitness opportunities and recreational opportunities. These were similar to past years and also similar to the benchmarks. Moving on to some potential focus areas. The rating for overall quality of the transportation system shown earlier dropped from 59% positive to 48% from 2022 to 2024. Ratings for car travel, public parking received positive ratings from most residents and were similar to the benchmark and to past ratings. Ratings of traffic flow were also stable from past years. However, the rating for ease of walking decreased significantly from 2022. The 2024 rating was similar to the benchmarks, though. The rating for availability of paths and walking trails decreased from 58% to 41% positive and was lower than both benchmarks. The ease of travel by public transportation showed a decrease from the previous survey, but was similar to the national average and above the custom local benchmark. So much in this group is stable, but pedestrian travel could probably use a closer look. Just over 8 in 10 residents felt safe from fire, flood, and natural disasters, and also safe in their neighborhoods during the day. This is on par with national and custom benchmarks, in line with 2022 results. However, 7 in 10 respondents felt safe, while 7 in 10 respondents felt safe in Englewood's downtown and commercial area during the day. This was below the national and the custom benchmark. Additionally, 57% of residents reported feeling somewhat or very safe from violent crime, which fell from below the custom benchmark and trended downward from 68% in 2022. And only about 4 in 10 community members rated the overall feeling of safety as excellent or good, landing below the national and custom benchmarks, being similar to 2022, but a drop from 2018 and 2020. The overall economic health in Englewood was rated as excellent or good by 42% of residents, which was statistically similar to 2022, but trending downward from 2018. It was lower than the national benchmark, but similar to local custom benchmarks. Ratings for Englewood as a place to work, the vibrancy of the downtown area, the cost of living were stable for the past years and on par with both custom and national benchmarks, as were economic development and quality of businesses establishments. About half of community members felt satisfied with the city as a place to visit, up from 2022, but below the national benchmark. Shopping opportunities and employment opportunities were rated positively by 35%, and these displayed decreases from 2022 when they were 51% and 41%, respectively. While similar to the benchmarks, it's still concerning that about half of residents felt satisfied with the availability of affordable quality healthcare, preventative health services, and affordable quality food. Ratings for the availability of affordable quality mental health care saw a decline from 2022. Only 3 in 10 community members gave positive ratings to the affordability of quality health, availability of affordable quality housing. These findings are reflected in ongoing national trends, however, and linked to rising affordability concerns and increased cost of living overall. So overall, when looking at the economy and affordability, there are positives and negatives. Most trends were okay. Most comparisons to the benchmarks were similar, but there were a few drops, and a gap between importance and quality can be a flag. So just another thing that you might want to look a little more into. So that concludes all other questions that we have on the NCS. That would be the same year over year. Next, we're just going to review a few of the additional special topics that you added to the survey. About 2/3 of residents offered excellent or good reviews to both Englewood's commitment to creating a welcoming community to residents of all backgrounds and law enforcement treating all residents fairly. 1/3 said these were fair or poor. Roughly 8 in 10 residents felt Englewood should do more to address the problems associated with the homeless in your community, and almost no one wanted a reduced effort. More evenly split, about 37% of residents felt that duplexes, triplexes, townhomes, and condos were changing Englewood for the worst, but 34% thought it was for the better, and 29% thought they were not fundamentally changing the city. Regarding off-leash dog rules in Englewood parks, about half felt the rules should not be changed, 31% wanted tighter rules, and 17% would like to see them relaxed. So to recap, governance, inclusivity, and parks and recreation were the top highlights. Areas to explore further were safety, pedestrian infrastructure, economy, and affordability. There's a lot of data here, and there's much more in the full report. So we hope this helps you orient yourselves around the results. And just to mention that we value being a partner to you, and as you begin to engage with these results, we want to be sure that you're aware that Englewood currently has almost 1,800 residents who have subscribed to your Polco profile to offering to continue to stay connected to you. So through that Polco's Engage model, it's included as part of your current subscription, the contract that you have currently. It includes various resident feedback tools, including customizable polls, surveys, live events. Questions posted can include maps and images if you want to do any sort of follow-up and little deep dives or something on some of these results, or if other issues come up and you want to connect with those 1,800 folks who've offered to give you your opinion. So you don't have to do it all on your own. The Engage model provides a dedicated customer success manager and a survey researcher to help you on the way. But just wanted to make sure that you are aware that if you have follow-up questions that we can't answer or your staff can't answer, and you just want to connect with the residents again, that is available for you. So just thank you for your time, and if you have any questions, please let me know.
Sonya, thank you very much for the presentation. See if there's any questions from members of council. I see Chelsea, I think your hand's up, right? Go ahead, Chelsea.
I can't raise it virtually. I apologize. Thank you so much for the presentation. It's great to hear this information every couple of years. I want to talk about the sample size a little bit. The 8% reporting is a little bit concerning for me, just as far as it being a meaningful sample. I didn't see the report, so I apologize if I missed it. What was our sample size in 2022?
I don't have that information with me. But I can look it up. I think typically in 2022 we were mailing it out to 2,800 people, but I don't know what the response rate was. I can tell you that overall response rates have been decreasing, but there has been thankfully, some really good research by the Pew Charitable Trust. If you're a survey research geek, then you know about it. But they do some really good research. And they've been doing studies to show these lower response rates are not changing the representativeness if you're doing a random sample. So if you're still hearing from a random group in your city and you are getting up to at least in the 250 range, 350 is really, that's where you get to a plus or minus 5% margin of error. The range you're at is a plus or minus 6% margin of error. So it's still quite good. And they've been showing that those they basically do these studies where they take a national survey that has a large budget, so they get a higher response rate because they can do a lot more outreach. And they ask the same questions in a different, with a smaller budget, and they get lower response rates basically, and they're finding that it's comparable in terms of what the responses are. So it's not, none of us like to see that downward trend, but there is some hopeful news there.
I appreciate the context, and I would like to see what our 2022 sample size was, just as we're doing comparative data. It's really helpful to know if we're comparing apples or oranges. And then also, we're at 8% return rate. At what point, or maybe completion rate of the survey, at what point would you say that this is not a statistically significant sample? What percentage of response would we consider we'd have to go back out? Yeah,
the more important thing than response rate is really response level. So if you look at in statistics, basically it's the number, as long as you are doing good methodologies, then the number of responses are more important than the response rate. So I wouldn't say, we have some communities who, especially communities that have lower income populations, you have to do a lot more outreach to get a really good response from them. So we tend to get lower response rates them and send out more invitations and just do more aggressive outreach, honestly. We're also starting to really experiment with the outreach that we do, with the part that you did for your open participation sample. We're doing a lot of research around how to use that data and blend it in with our the randomly sampled surveys. And that is something that we usually find that we actually could blend those things together. Occasionally we find that the outreach that was done is skewed and we don't want to use that data. But that is one of the things that we're kind of looking for to the future, just because overall response rates are reducing. So we need to start to have different ways to just engage the residents more and get like a higher response rate would be great, but come with just other methods to bring them to that survey. But again, it's really the number that matters more than the actual response rate.
Yes, and I think that's actually my question is, at what number sample size would you consider it no longer statistically significant? Is it under
It's
two?
statistically significant at any of them. It's just that you have a really high margin of error if your number goes down too far. So if you have 100 people respond, it's still statistically significant, but your margin of error is plus or minus 14%. Whereas you're now with 268, your margin of error is plus or minus 6%. So that's saying that if 50% of respondents said something, it's between 44 and 56. But if you had, the 14%, then you would be saying it's between 36 and 64. So that's the big difference. But the statistically valid is really just, that's about the methodology that you use to do the outreach. And then the margin of error is really, obviously it just makes it's the confidence interval just goes up if you have that lower response.
Thank you.
Member Wright.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. So my first question is in the council communication, it says that their survey was sent out to 3,339 households with 278 received. So was it
I think that
3,510?
the difference there is it was mailed to 3,500, but whenever we mail it, there's always some households that are not, that the address isn't valid, or usually they're vacant, because basically the U.S. Postal Service address list, it gets updated on a 3-month cycle. But if somebody moves in that 3-month cycle, then we might be mailing to a vacant address. I think that would be the difference.
Okay, and are you saying there was 260 some odd surveys responses, or was it 278? Yeah, because that's what I see, but I thought she was saying 260 something.
Let me look at it is 278. Was I saying 268? I'm sorry.
Okay, I just want to confirm.
Yeah,
So
thank you. It's 278.
Okay, so the people that responded openly, the 160, those weren't used in the information that were provided with us today?
Correct.
And what is that decision based on?
We have just traditionally kept those separate. So there's sort of two reasons. Most communities do this open participation survey just because, after you make this effort and you just select a certain amount of people, there's other folks who are like, I would like to participate. So we want to make that valid, just open to the entire community. We usually, if you've traditionally done the survey without that open participation or not included it, for just comparison, it's better for us to not include it. But we are actually in a lot of different communities starting to blend those two things together after we do some statistical comparisons and make sure that we don't see any big outliers. But
And I
yeah.
could understand why not, because you can't confirm if they actually live in Inglewood. If it's open, it could be someone
We
from
do have
Littleton or
verification
Denver.
in our platform, but it just depends whether or not you sometimes we don't make people get verified because they don't want to necessarily sign up. Those 1,800 folks who signed up over the years are people who are willing to be verified as community members. So, yeah.
So those 278, are we able to confirm that they only took the survey once?
We don't track exactly, but I can tell you that when we do track, people don't take it twice. It's really the challenge is to get them to take it once. So I would say So I have done a lot of different studies, and for the most part, we don't track individually because people don't like to necessarily be tracked individually. They want that to be a choice that they make. So we don't have like a code or something on each of the paper surveys. Now, every household only gets one paper survey, and if somebody photocopies it, we reject it. So all the paper surveys, absolutely, we would know it's once. People can do it online, and we do monitor it in the sense that, like, if we're seeing something, like if we don't see this, but say we saw this, like if we saw like 10 or 20 from one IP address, we would go look at that IP address and make sure it's a library, like where somebody might be, more than one person might be doing that survey. It really doesn't happen very much. And I would say it almost never happens in the National Community Survey, which is such a generic survey. I would say I've tracked surveys for something where it's in Boulder, there was a park survey that was everybody wanted to decide what was going to be in Belmont Park. And we were actually worried about the soccer people taking it to the soccer people and the baseball people taking it to the baseball people. And that was a little bit more we needed to track. And even when we tracked that, I think we had 1,000 responses and we found 10 duplicates. Which we threw out at that point. But those 10 duplicates, even if we didn't throw them out, would not have made any difference to the overall results.
Okay, yeah, and I could see, a household, spouses wanting, they have different opinions, so I could see two coming from, a household. It's just, I guess my concern, and I think differently, and I would hope we're all individuals and think differently. If it's the 278, looking at our population, it's not even 1% of our population, and I guess just to.
I think what I would say is, if you think about national polling, right? There's 350 million people in the U.S., and they represent them with 1,000 responses. And they do it accurately. It's the statistics behind it is just that. I fully understand, just the feeling it has is that's only 278 people. But, all the research around statistics has shown that if you do a random sample and you get that amount, again, with the margin of error being 6%. But at the 1,000, if you got 1,000 responses, your margin of error would be 3%, and you would, spend a lot more money to do it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it is a strange thing. It's just, it's survey research, basic, but it is I understand, intuitively, it feels like this was not enough people. It's just really making sure that it's randomly from around the community so that you're getting enough variety of representation, I guess.
Right, and I guess I would have to question, my questions would be, how much money are we spending on this? How many resources and time? Is there something we could do better? We put mailers in our bills, our utility bills now. Would that be a better way to get it out and invite all of our citizens to do this? That
the one thing I would say about mailers is that we get that question a lot. Depending on your utilities, most multifamily housing don't necessarily get individual mailings, and so you might be missing a chunk of your population. You can definitely look at what, we'd be happy to look at who you have represented in your mailers, but I think that we always encourage you to if you can, tell people about the survey in your mailer, have them, say, if you get that in the mail, make sure you do it, and tell them why it's really important and how you guys use this valuable data. That's really helpful. And then that's also a way to have the open participation survey as well.
Or do it in the mailer and then do the postcard to multifamily units.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
I think we could think outside the box to get a broader type of.
Yeah, 100% agree that we're all trying to we're trying to think outside the box and also in the box to make sure that we're representing.
Right,
so
I agree.
There's a tension there, but I 100% agree.
Right.
It's really, we need to make sure we're hearing from everyone in the community.
Right. And I'll share what other people in this group. Thank you so much.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Member Russell.
Thank you, and I thank you for the presentation. I had a friend who got the postcard, and she went out on the URL to respond, but never got any information. How do you know that it is a person that was mailed to? How do you know those 278 people were ones that got mailed to. I mean, how many of those went out on the URL to do it? Most of them, or is there an identifier?
There is not an there's an identifier that identifies that it was from a mailing, but there's not it doesn't identify the address of the person. So we don't ask them to put a code in, but there is an identifier that says what district you're in, for instance. So if your URL uniquely is associated with your district, so that is one way. And then the open participation URL that everyone shares is a different URL. So you could potentially get your neighbor's postcard and do that, but wouldn't be a widespread thing.
Okay, because it would be in the area probably. So the scientific part of this is the 278 that you got responses from.
Right.
The other 160 that you got, do they fall in line with the responses? Are they similar to the responses as far as
They were relatively similar, but there was definitely some. I didn't take note of the differences to bring to this presentation, but it is included in the report. So there is some difference. I mean, I think what I would say is that overall, people who respond through the open participation survey are going to be more engaged with your city because they're getting messages from the city in order to do the survey. So again, the Parks and Recreation example, that is where I find the responses tend to diverge a bit more because, when we're doing a survey specifically about Parks and Recreation, the Parks and Recreation Department sends it out. People who use the services respond. Not only, not exclusively, but more so. So it might be when we say how many people, or did you use the recreation center, we're going to find in that open participation, 70%, or that's probably recreation centers, probably 40% of the people in the open participation used it, whereas 30% of the people in the regular survey used it. So those are the areas that really differ. But truly, in terms of opinion, the more evaluative questions, they don't tend to differ as much. It's really the participation piece. And it makes sense because it's the outreach from the city. So that person needs to be engaged with the city for the most part. We do say, if you want to do that open participation and really do it in a more effective, maybe not effective is the wrong word, but just more, make sure it's representative. It's really great to engage with a lot of different partners, a lot of different departments, because you just want to get different affinity groups to be sending that out there and different people with different connections so that you, again, just try and get a holistic view of your whole community.
Right. And so do you ask other questions that are identifying things for instance, on this one question in your presentation about ease of travel by car, ease of public parking, do you ask other questions how can you come to this conclusion of the responses to this, excuse me, if you didn't have qualifying questions what type of transportation do you normally use?
We do have some questions that I can look up that do ask about some usage. Do you, and let me see, under mobility. So we do ask about use of public transportation instead of driving, if you've carpooled, and if you've walked or biked instead of driving. So.
And then you compare that if you walked.
Yeah.
Instead of driving. So did the people that the ease of walking went down? Mm-hmm. And you compared it to that question also about walking in Inglewood?
I don't have that comparison data here, but I could look it up for you and follow up.
Because I just want to know how you can come to these conclusions if there's not other questions that you've asked that would reveal that that is accurate. I mean, you could have a person that drives everywhere and doesn't bike or doesn't walk. They might answer those questions differently.
I think what I would say is that it's their perception, whether or not they walk or not. That's their perception. Now, is their perception correct? That is absolutely up for, debate. We always say in these results, and maybe I should have at some point in this presentation, was that if you have a low response or low rating to something, you have to pick underneath it, right? Is it we have a lot of other data that we provide cities in a system that we call Track, where it looks at a lot of different public data. And so you could look at, you might look at, you have low ratings for walking, but then you might find out that you have a higher amount of paths and trails per capita than other communities. And you have, you have all the things you should have. And in that case, it's really a public perception problem, which is also an issue, right? But obviously the solution is different. If you don't have good paths and they're rating them low, then there's one path towards fixing it, right? But if you have good paths, but people aren't aware of them, then it's about education, and it's just a different solution. So I think that's what I would say there.
Okay, thank you,
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you. Member Prang, and I think you may be the last speaker on this item before we get to the next one. So
Okay.
go ahead, Member Prang.
I'll try to be brief. Thank you for being here and
Of
for
course.
the overview of the findings. I am curious about how the special topics for Inglewood are determined. And then in addition to that, I understand that we want to see, some years worth of trends to be able to compare the results from iteration to iteration. But when would we come to a point where we would perhaps want to change those special topics? At one point, if the trends are staying the same and the results are looking the same and it doesn't seem to be an issue that we want to continue to examine and something else has become more important to the city, what would your recommendation be around when to
I think
alter
the
a
special topics
topic?
do change, but I think maybe Liz.
Be when those would be able to change.
Okay. That's helpful. Also, this probably is a question for staff more so. But when we see significant changes like the perception of, I guess, a lack of feeling safe around violent crimes, have we seen when we've done polling or surveys in the past where there may be an influence of increased communication and transparency around those events in our community, and subsequently then seeing a drop like this in people's perceptions because they're just more aware of those types of events going on in the community?
Yeah, so I hope this tries to answer your question, Member Pring. So the way I look at it is a couple years ago, we started putting data around this survey in the strategic plan, and I really view them as outcomes that we're trying to strive for. And then I look at a lot of the projects that you put into the strategic plan. So I try to use the darts analogy, where these are really the bullseyes that we're striving towards, and the projects are the darts that we're throwing at it. But sometimes there are variables that kind of throw it off course, and so the projects don't always line up neatly with the things we're trying to achieve. In that particular example, a few years ago, we actually put a project in the strategic plan related to better communication around events. And so one of the things we're trying to get better at is how we can basically look at data around performance metrics and projects in our plan and how they match the strategic plan. So that's something we want to do after this presentation before we get back to your council retreat in January, is we'd like to do an analysis on some of the hot spots or areas that we believe there are some opportunities and some challenges, and then we'd like to bring that back for you to have a discussion around what you think some of the arrows, so to speak, are that we could try to aim towards this.
I love that answer. Thank you so much. I wanted to see that connection to our conversations in the retreat. And I guess I would just request that As part of our packet in preparation for the retreat this year, we just get a solid page or two of a review of the summary from these results. There are a few things that stuck out to me that I would want to make sure to bring forward into that conversation. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, perfect. Well, Sonya, thank you very much for your time tonight. Thank you very much for going over the results and answering our questions. We really appreciate it, and thank you very much to staff as well on all the work that went into the community's satisfaction survey. So thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you.
All right, up next is Deputy City Manager Tim Dodd here to go over the 2025 Proclamation Review. This is something that we discussed about this time last year. And as you're all aware, this year we forego actually doing the proclamations for the 2024. So we're going to be discussing whether or not we would like to have those come back for 2025. Go ahead, Deputy City Manager.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. You did a great summary of why I'm here. Yes, just to go over, there is a proclamation component of your policy, your council policies that was adopted as an amendment in 2021. So basically, there are a few reasons that you see here on the screen for proclamations. They can be used to honor persons or organizations. They can also, and many of the ones that you've, I think, done before kind of fall into that second bullet, which is related to regional, statewide, or nationally recognized events or activities with local interest. They could also be used to bring public attention to an issue or an opportunity. So there's a few in there like that, like Arbor Day proclamation relative to the Tree City USA program, or the one that's related, the Pollinator proclamation related to the Bee City USA program. And they can also be used to declare policy stances. This language is in your policy. So the review process that you adopted in 2021 basically includes proclamations coming to you in two different ways. So tonight I'm actually dealing with the first bullet, which is our annual proclamation review. So you can, obviously there's no requirement that you do so. It is required in the policy that we bring this to you. That's why I'm here tonight. But it is something you can do is have this study session and decide if you want to prioritize any proclamations. You also can have a proclamation request form where people can submit them anytime during the year. The only difference between these two is if you do prioritize any this evening, that means the next time you'll see it is on the agenda. If something comes in under the second bullet as an application, you'll get it twice. You'll basically get it first for you to review and decide if you want to issue it, and then it will come back again as the issuance. So what we're proposing tonight is we just have the same exact list that you saw last year. We didn't make any changes. We did do a quick leadership team 5-minute review, and they decided they didn't have any they wanted to modify. There's a chart in your packet that describes where these came from. Some of them were added by members of council a couple years ago. Some of them were proposed by staff. The chart also explains a little bit of how proclamations, if they are issued, could be utilized. And as I mentioned, all proclamations on this list were given to you. And as the mayor mentioned, it was almost a year ago. It was December 11th when I came before you during a study session for your consideration. These next two slides, and again, I won't go over these in great detail because these are all in your packet. What I did is I attached all of the actual texts of the proclamations for your review. These texts, though, were not updated, so they do have old dates because they were ones either issued in 2022 or 2023. But you see here, it's a mix. Some of these the city has been issuing for years. Others were relatively new. And I think that chart explains and shows where they came from. And then, so just as a reminder, you have a few different things you could do tonight. One is you could just decide the same thing you decided last year is to just not do any. That's one decision you can make. Another is to run the process like it was in 2022 and 2023, which would mean you would have both this pre-approval session as well as an application. And if you do choose to do that, we have the application ready to go that we can put on the website. Another option would be to prioritize tonight, but then to not have the application open during the year. Or you could do the converse of that and not prioritize any, but just have the application open and review them as they come. So those are just a few ideas for you to consider. That's it.
Tim, thank you very much for that presentation, that overview. Any questions from members of council? Does anybody want to weigh in on proclamations for 2025? I I said it last year and I'll say it again this year. I've always been a fan of proclamations. I always felt that it made sense as a city to, some of the proclamations to me are something that I think with the environment that we're in, it just makes sense for us to state the position of the government overall, at least as a city overall. So I always felt that there was a need for it. I know that it didn't always sit well with some members of council in terms of just providing this, but I've always been in favor of providing proclamations, not only for different groups within our city, but also for staff. So I would be in favor of continuing on. We're bringing on proclamations for 2025. Anyone else want to weigh in, or go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I'm happy to do either to continue what we did last year, or to evaluate whether there are a smaller number we would want to do. I like several proclamations, but don't like the full list. I especially don't want to do the DEI proclamations, but otherwise the primary list of the ones that are connected to the strategic plan and listed in the document are ones that I would be in favor of. But I'm happy to just not do them again as well.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Pring?
Thank you, Mayor. I tend to agree with the comments that you made, Mayor. I do view this as a tool that council can use to demonstrate to our residents what we value and what we find important. And while there may be particular proclamations that we individually are not fans of, I do feel like this list of proclamations is pretty diverse and representative of the diversity of mindset within our city. And so I would fully support bringing the proclamations back and including the full list that was presented.
Go ahead, Member Noonekamp, and then Member Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. I concur. My position hasn't changed since we had this discussion last year. I would support bringing back the full list. That being said, if there are not 4 votes to bring back the full list, I am strongly opposed to carving out the DEI resolutions, which in the council communication are also listed as in support of our strategic plan. And I would be, I think that's the wrong message to send, to selectively carve those ones out. I think folks who are in a minority group already feel probably scrutinized and carved out in many ways. I don't want to add to that from this body whatsoever. And so I would like to see all of them reinstated. And I would also just say, as a reflection after we did this last year, one is there's a lot of different ways that this body needs to lead in this city. One is in civility, how we actually treat one another. One is in the policies that we pass. And the other is what we communicate to the rest of the community, especially around Inglewood being a place of belonging. So I would like to see these go back on the list, but an all or nothing approach.
Thank you, Member Noonekamp. Member Wright?
I asked last year, and I'm going to ask again. My first question is, excuse me, we had discussed after this year's Citizen of the Year of possibly no longer doing that because we had 2 applicants. So my first question is, are we going to continue doing Citizen of the Year because it is on the list as a proclamation? So that would be my first question. My next question is, I'm confused as to why we call Independence Day Liberty Day, then quotes 4th of July. I've always known Independence Day is Independence Day. Why does Inglewood call Independence Day Liberty Day? And then my third, I believe it's third, is I look on this list again, and I think this is one of the first big things of discussion that I brought up after being sworn in, is I see absolutely nothing on here again about our servicemen and women, that none of these proclamations would be taking place. There's nothing for Memorial Day, there's nothing for Veterans Day, and none of these proclamations would be taking place had our vets that are still with us defended our rights, or our vets that perished thought, and that's a big area of contention for me. So those are my questions and my thoughts.
Thank you, Member Wright. I'll answer the first one, and then I'll have Mayor Pro Tem speak to Liberty Day, because I think you may have more information on that one. But regarding Citizen of the Year, this council has not taken any position on whether or not we will bring it back. I guess that's a conversation we could have outside of this item, but it would just be something that we would have to take on. But no direction has been given to staff to not continue forward with that for 2025. Mayor Pro Tem, you want to answer the Liberty Day?
I think the background of the Liberty Proclamation is that one year we missed doing a proclamation for the 4th of July. And so I suggested we do one later in July, and we call it the Liberty Proclamation. I was particularly wanting to focus on liberty since it was kind of in the middle of COVID and there were a lot of government rules around stuff. So that was the reason we labeled it Liberty, because it was a little bit late and had a different emphasis. But, if we were to go back to proclamations, I'm happy to call it Independence Day or whatever now. I think that was just a matter of history.
That's good memory on that one. So yeah, that was the reason behind it. And then in terms of just your final question, those are just proclamations that we should add if you were interested in adding additional regarding Memorial Day and Veterans Day. So, but as Deputy City Manager stated, he did not make any changes to the list that we had as of last year. Anything else, Member Wright?
I'm curious why they're not on there originally, and if they were taken off for a reason. God, there's just so many. I don't know. I kind of enjoyed not having a bunch of proclamations. I sat through these. It just becomes, I don't know. We're recognizing, I can recall sitting out here and you would do 3 or 4 proclamations sometimes. And does that have meaning? And I guess that's something we have to, where you're just reading something, and does that have anything? That's something I think we have to think about, where it's just becomes words, where it's not, is it real recognition? I'm just being honest here, and I think that's something we have to think about. So I don't know. I think we need to think about that also.
Thank you, Member Wright. Anyone else want to weigh in? And I also felt, I think Member Newnenkamp, Member Prang said it as well, but I would be in favor of just doing all of them and not actually picking and choosing which ones. So to me, it's an all or nothing kind of thing. So I don't feel the need to actually pick and choose what we need to do on that one. So that's kind of where I stand on these. Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. When I first got on council, which was 9 years ago, the proclamations were all limited and special. In the last 3 or 4 years, there are so many that they become meaningless. And I am personally at the point, it was kind of a relief last year not to do any proclamations, because some of the things on here that we are honoring are divisive. And it's just easier not to have any division, and so just not to do them. And so that's where I'm at right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Ward, did you want to weigh in?
Not unless I'm the swing vote, Mayor. Sounds like I might be, though.
It sounds, yeah, you are the swing vote based on my tally.
I might posit a possible compromise position here. I think the slate is too large. I think we spend too much time on proclamations, or we have during my council tenure, and I agree with the council members who stated that the last year was a welcome reprieve, just getting down to the business of the people and not spending time on proclamations. My potential compromise position would be to adopt a policy that allows each member of this body, if they choose to do so, to introduce a fixed number of proclamations. I'm thinking 1 or 2 would suffice for issues that they feel strongly about or proclamations that they feel are very important. And then the body could just agree that that is the right of each individual member, and we go from there. We would have to, I think, potentially agree to some terms on what could be introduced. I mean, this slate would require further discussion because some members might want to introduce something that is far more politically charged than what we have here. And I don't view that as the purpose of proclamations. It makes me very, very nervous when this body speaks uniformly in one voice about issues that not every member of the body necessarily subscribes to or agrees with. And so I don't know, I wish there was an easy road here. I don't feel like there is. I didn't miss anything, but I know that some members of the body did last year, and I'd like to find a way to honor that. And that's what I'm struggling with right now.
Yeah. Thank you, Member Ward, for your comments. I think, as you mentioned, I even see the compromise also being a little bit challenging as well. I think it would just bring us back to the conversation that we're having at the moment. So, so go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem, if you wanted to add anything.
I appreciate the sentiment of the compromise option. I do think it, I don't want to do it because I think it's going to end up with, right now we have the chance to settle the kind of the debate for the year.
Right.
And this is going to be contentious debates throughout the year. And I think what last year without the without the proclamations was characterized by a general sense of peace regarding these issues. And some council members brought up things during council members' choice. I think that's a great way to bring something up. If somebody wants to honor something, we have a spot for that in the agenda. And I think that, maybe that's a compromise I could get behind, is if people want to support something that we don't as a body do, we can do it individually during council members' choice.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I think that's where we're going to land, just based on the comments, that probably would just make sense to continue as we did in 2020, for 2025, continue as we did in 2024. It just seemed like, seems at this time that that's probably the best way to move forward on this topic. So if anybody thinks otherwise or wants to add anything else, go ahead, Member Pring.
Yeah, I don't necessarily agree that that's the best way to move forward. Doesn't sound like we have overwhelming support to bring the proclamations back, which I maintain. I just think it's unfortunate. I do think that we just went through and saw results of a survey that could be representative of lots of different items on this list. And again, there's a diversity of mindset and a diversity of opinion within our city, which is part of the richness of our city. And so it does serve a purpose to have proclamations. I don't love how extensive the list is, and there's a part of me that does agree, like, does it become meaningless when we're doing too many or too often or whatever? But, to lose any of the sentiment that we just saw proof of gaining around people feeling like they're welcomed here, that we're attracting a diverse group of people to live here, and people really appreciating that, I just think it's sad to lose that momentum.
Thank you, Member Pring.
May I add something?
Yeah, go ahead, Member Wright.
It's to your point, Member Pring, by not doing that, maybe could we be helping by saying by not doing them, I think we're saying everybody's welcome, because we're not doing all these proclamations also. We've left out a lot of groups in these proclamations also. So I think it's either we do proclamations all night long for everybody, or we don't do them for anybody, and that's inclusive of everybody. And I think that's what we have done by not doing them. So I think we need to look at it that way.
All right. Thank you, Member Wright. Any further comments? All right. And with that, Deputy City Manager Tim Dodd, I think we're going to continue on as we did in 2024 for 2025. I appreciate the work that you put into this. Do we need a quick break before we start the meeting, or just a real quick? Okay, can we just 5 minutes, so 7:10 if we could come back, and then we'll call the meeting to order. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, thanks, Scott.
I'm gonna stay silent.
Members of council, if you could please be seated. All right, members of council. We are now back. I call this meeting to order. If you're able to do so, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. City Clerk, if you could please take roll call.
Yes, good evening. Mayor Pro Tem Anderson,
Present.
Member Noonenkamp,
Present.
Member Pring,
Present.
Member Russell,
Present.
Member Ward,
Present.
Member Wright,
Present.
Mayor Sierra.
Present.
All 7 present.
Thank you. Moving on to minutes from the previous council meeting. Any changes to the minutes from the regular city council meeting of November 4th? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve the minutes from November 4th meeting?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Member Wright. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Prang. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp. Did she say?
Can
aye?
you do it
Oh,
again, Member
yep, okay.
Newcamp? Go ahead.
Member Pring,
Aye.
Member Russell. Aye. Member Ward,
Aye.
Member Wright,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you. We're now moving on to, this is actually pretty cool because we were in an event, a couple months ago, back in May or so? Or, actually, no, it was July. But Inglewood City Council would like to recognize the City of Inglewood Planning Division and those involved in CodeNext for receiving the Denver Regional Council of Governments and State American Planning Association Awards for the CodeNext project. So actually it was in August. On August 28th, the CodeNext project was awarded a Dr. Cog Metro Vision Award, and on October 3rd, 2024, the CodeNext project was awarded the 2024 American Planning Association Colorado Chapter Honor Award in the category of Planning Excellence. Metro Vision Awards recognize excellence, innovation, collaboration, and leadership in problem solving among communities and their partners. The Planning Excellence Award recognizes how planning is essential to addressing desires, needs, or challenges within a community, county, region, or specific geographic location. This award category emphasizes outcomes and demonstrates how planning helps to create stronger, more equitable communities. I want to congratulate, and council would like to congratulate the planning division and all who were involved in the CodeNext project for your contributions and to the project as well as to the city of Inglewood. So congratulations on the award and all the work that went into it. Obviously, it was a lot of years of work into this, so congratulations to the entire team. So if members, come on. If you want to come up and just take a quick picture with members of council, if you guys would like to join us, we'll just take a quick picture. I also have this proclamation. Next, we would like to introduce our new Chief of Police, Dave Jackson. I'm gonna get this right one time. City Manager Lewis, you got a few words to say?
I do. Thank you, Mayor. It's my pleasure to introduce all of you and the community as well to Inglewood Chief of Police, Dave Jackson. Dave was selected among a very talented pool of about 25 applicants. We took that list down to 9, which were interviewed by myself and the recruitment firm. We took that group down to 3 and had in-person interviews over 2 days in what Chief Jackson, I believe, has called grueling in terms of the process. And so on Thursday of the first day of the interviews, we had a command staff interview panel, a sergeants and lieutenants interview panel, a community panel with business representatives, nonprofits, partner government agencies such as Inglewood Schools, as well as our partners at the Chamber. So a good cross-representation of organizations, as well as all of the chairs or vice chairs of each of our boards and commissions. So a good group of folks there. On Friday, they started bright and early with the interviews with the Inglewood Police Benefits Association, which is our collective bargaining unit. They had a civilian staff panel that interviewed each candidate, the City of Inglewood leadership team, and then an external law enforcement agencies and judicial agency panel. And so we're really impressed with all of Chief Jackson's experience. If you don't know, Chief Jackson has a master's in business administration from Grantham University, a Bachelor of Science in Criminal Justice from Park, and is a graduate of the FBI National Academy in Quantico. In terms of some of his experience, he's been a command level experience in patrol division, traffic division, captain of the narcotics and vice unit, as well as a captain in the media unit. He's served on the tactical response teams. He's got a lot of experience with downtown as a foot sergeant in the downtown area in Kansas City, and really spent the bulk of his career with the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department. So please join me in welcoming Chief Dave Jackson, and if you'd like to say a few words.
That button? Okay, all right. Off to an auspicious start here. No, I really just want to say thank you. Thank you for getting me out here to Inglewood. I'm very excited. I do have some family out in the area, and my wife will be moving out here in just a couple of weeks right after Thanksgiving. So we're all very excited to come out here. It was a grueling process, but really what he keeps leaving out is that the most grueling process was the one that he was involved in, on the panel that he was involved in. It was tough going through the process, but I will say I do have a lot of experience. I do look forward to bringing that out here to Inglewood. And like I said, if the last couple of weeks have been any indication, the command staff and the police officers in Inglewood are excellent. If you are a new chief going anywhere, I've really inherited a great situation, and all of my bosses have been great so far too. And I've gotten the opportunity to meet a lot of you in various ways in just the short time that I've been here. So thank you very much. I appreciate it, and I'm going to quit talking so I can get to work. Thank you.
Looking forward to working with you here, Chief. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, we're moving on to the next agenda item. It's public comment. So public comment will, this is an opportunity for you to address City Council. There's an expectation that the presentation will be conducted in a respectful manner. Council may ask questions for clarifications, but there will not be any dialogue, and please limit your presentation to 3 minutes. I believe everyone did sign up. We had 3 speakers here tonight, gave first name and last name. So we will begin. So I think all 3 have spoken over the last 90 days, so I'll just go down in order. Chris Tenerio from Denver, you're the first person to speak. Hello, Chris, the mic is on, so you're able to speak when you're ready.
Good evening to City Council. I'd like to bring up some cultural stuff maybe, because I noticed the old Blondies is sitting vacant. I think it would be a good idea maybe to have that maybe as like a children's museum. So that way the kids can come in, interact with stuff, and learn about certain historical events that have happened in the world pertaining to what, for the kids to understand. And I yield back.
Thank you so much, Chris. Any questions from council? Go ahead, Member Wright.
Good evening. What did you say is sitting empty?
The old Blondies.
Okay, great, thank you.
Chris, could you remind us where the cross streets is? It right out here, or?
Yeah, it's right out. It's right off of
Next to the Guild,
1000
right?
Inglewood Parkway.
Yep. All right, perfect. All right, Chris, I don't see any further questions. Thank you very much for your time tonight.
You're welcome.
Up next is Kevin Wright. And by the way, Member Prang is going to give a response to public comment tonight. It was Member Noonenkamp, but she's remote, so she'll take up public comment next time around. But go ahead, Kevin, when you're ready.
Kevin Wright, cross streets are Tufts and Julian. First, I'd like to start off by saying thank you for the proclamation and putting that on hold, because I don't feel like I was represented throughout any of those proclamations. The next thing I'd like to address is the fact we were discussing the food truck liability insurance. And I wanted to get it on record that $1 million policy for a food truck is $25.92 a month for $1 million policy. And the reason this is so important to me is the fact that if any one of us were to walk up to a food truck and a propane tank blew up and burnt one of us, and we ended up in intensive care or in a burn unit, how much would $500,000 of coverage work out for us, the citizens of Englewood, Colorado, where you want to bring these food trucks? I'm asking you guys tonight to reconsider your last decision and look at what I provided to you. I brought the receipts. I brought proof of what I was saying. In fact, when I was telling you guys, I told you my price of insurance, which is triple this right here per month. When you look at the cost of what it would cost, it's 2 sandwiches per month for them to protect us, to protect the citizens. And I'm asking you, like I said, tonight to reconsider, to take in consideration what I brought to you tonight, to see the numbers and understand that it doesn't cost an arm and a leg for them to have that kind of coverage. But it could cost us an arm and a leg if we get hurt by one of those food trucks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kevin, for your time. Any questions? Go ahead, Member Wright.
I do, please. I'm looking at what you provided us on paper. For those that don't carry this type of insurance, it says here 1 million per occurrence and 2 million aggregate. For those that don't understand, an aggregate is written in the documents that we're voting on this evening. Can you please explain what aggregate is?
From my understanding, an aggregate is above the cost of the $1 million. So they would cover, Kim, I really didn't research the aggregate. Okay. I know I do have a $2 million aggregate and $1 million policy, but I've never really asked my insurance agent what that aggregate, the $2 million, would do for us. If something was to happen in a home, if it started on fire, if I flooded it or something like that. So that's a good question, Kim, and I will definitely talk to my insurance agent.
I'll be asking tonight when we're discussing it.
Anybody
Okay.
else help me out on what an aggregate is?
Any further questions from members of council?
No.
Can Tamara help me out?
Thank you.
Go ahead, Member Wright. Oh, sorry. Member Ward. Go
It's a
ahead.
W.
What's the source of this quote?
Well, I just went on and I asked AI, what the cost of insurance, $1 million policy was, and I checked on 3 different ones, Steve. I didn't just take the first one as the answer for me, because I feel it's important that the citizens are covered out here. So I took the time to research it and to bring this to you guys. I really feel it's important.
Which AI generated this document?
I use Grok, I use Perplexity, and I also use ChatGPT, all 3 of those services. I
But
really love Grok.
You've given us a printout that's clearly from a single source. Do you remember
Well,
which source
yeah.
that is?
This one was from Grok, I believe. Yeah, I think this one was Grok.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions? Seeing none. Kevin, thank you very much for your
Thank
time
you.
tonight. And final speaker is Amy Beck from Denver. Hello, Amy. When you're ready to speak, you may begin.
Thank you for hearing my voice tonight, City Council. My name is Amy Beck. I'm from Denver, and I live just across the city line here. I am here tonight to talk to you about cold weather sheltering for our unhoused neighbors. So Denver has changed their cold weather sheltering. I wanted to come here and share that with you tonight about some changes that have occurred. I know I've heard that there is not enough sheltering for the unhoused community here in Inglewood. So I would like to implore you to use Denver's cold weather sheltering service as an alternative to allowing people to die on our streets, and also to avoid hospitalizations that often occur because of people that are out in the elements. I every winter have friends that I take for their surgeries, for amputations that are unnecessary, that if we just provided a little more care and attention to our unhoused and made sure that they stay safe, that wouldn't need to occur. So much to Mayor Johnston's office's dismay, I'm here to share with you where the new shelter locations are. The one that I think that would be most useful for Inglewood is at Alameda and Zuni. So on those sheets of papers that I handed out to you, I would also ask that maybe law enforcement consider just putting someone on the light rail up to the Alameda station. They can walk over to Zuni and access that shelter there. It's a low barrier shelter, so they accept anyone from anywhere, regardless of any problems or conditions that person might have. So the 375 South Zuni Street shelter would be the one that is closest and could be accessed by the Inglewood unhoused community. Thank you.
Amy, thank you very much for coming tonight. Member Wright, you have a question.
Thank you. Thank you for this information. I don't know if you have the knowledge or not. I know that Denver recently changed their perimeters around cold weather sheltering. Can you tell me the wet weather and the temperature parameters, if you know them, around Denver?
Yes, so Councilmember Parity did try to put through a bill last year that changed the threshold to 32 degrees. That was vetoed by the mayor. So the mayor's plan that he came out with this winter is that the new threshold is 25 degrees or 2 inches of fresh snowfall. So for example, our last severe weather event that we had last week, they were turned out of the shelters on Saturday, even though we had over a foot of snow on the ground, because there wasn't 2 inches of fresh snowfall and it was above 25 degrees.
Yeah.
The unhoused community asks for 40 degrees. That's what they feel they can tolerate, but this is where we are.
Okay, and I think it's an improvement. So I thank you for this information. And do you have extras of these by chance?
I can email it to you. The city puts out a single sheet. We reduce it to these quarter sheets so we can just hand them out to people.
I will work
But if I
with
have
this.
an email address, I would be happy to send that to you. We leave these all over the city, in the libraries, at places where unhoused community congregates, so
Okay.
that people are aware.
Okay, I have a resource, I'll get this too. So, okay, fantastic. All right, thank you so much for this. We definitely could use this right now, and I appreciate you coming and telling us this. Thank you so much.
All right. Any further questions from members of council? Seeing none, Amy, thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you.
All right, and with that, that concludes public comment tonight. Member Prang, when you are ready, you can give a response.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to everyone that came out to speak this evening. We are popular with Denver, it appears. So thanks for showing up and having something to say to us tonight. Mr. Tenario, thank you for highlighting to us a vacancy that exists and a recommendation on a children's museum. I'm always a huge fan of anything we can do to enhance enrichment activities for children in Inglewood. So I really appreciate that recommendation that you brought forward tonight. Mr. Wright, I too, where are you? There he is. I want to look at you when I speak to you. Really appreciate the information that you've brought forward. You definitely have shifted my thinking a little bit on this particular aspect of what we're talking about this evening. I do also appreciate you doing due diligence and having multiple sources when you bring information forward. I think that's important for us to know that there are different perspectives. When I was looking it up, I saw similar information. So really appreciate that. And just to play a little bit of a devil's advocate, I think you probably were represented in one or two proclamations tonight. And then Ms. Beck, really appreciate you showing up and having your continued advocacy for the unhoused. You do so in a voice that is easy to hear, and you bring us solutions, and you bring us information that maybe we weren't aware of, and I just truly, truly appreciate that approach. I think that this is great information to know that we have a resource in Denver so close. I'm sure the police department and us, if needed, at some point can have that conversation around, can we put people on the light rail to get them down there and get them into a shelter if we don't have vouchers or other options that are currently available to us. So thank you for your continued advocacy and for being such a great, rich resource of information for us. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Prang, anyone else? All right, that concludes scheduled public comment. Everyone, can we take a quick 5-minute break? It's 7:32, so if we could come back at 7:37, we'll continue the rest of the meeting. Thank you. Members of council, if you could please be seated. All right, everyone, we are now back. Moving on to consent agenda items. Just one item pulled tonight, which was 9B2 Special Events Regulation. Any others from members of council? If not, can I get a motion to approve 9A1 and 9B1?
Move to approve 9A1 and 9B1.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Prang. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Nenenkamp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell. Aye. Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Moving on to 9B2. Member Wright, you have a question for Liz Ramsey regarding the special events regulations.
We're getting a lot of quality time together tonight, huh?
Yeah, we are.
Okay, I have a couple of questions, actually. One of my questions was the working group that was put together. Why did we not include anybody from the business community or the Chamber of Commerce?
So we were in contact with them. We did get some feedback from the previous director of the Chamber of Commerce. Originally, when this started, it was picking up where a previous staff working group left off. The other way that we did engage the community is I sent out a survey after the study session to get some feedback, and several businesses responded to that as well.
Okay, and then I'm looking, so council received, I think it's all just council, and the city manager received an email today, and I think it was this person, was he chamber ago executive? Yes.
The previous one to the current. The previous to the current.
Okay, so he has some concerns, and the more I started reading into it, I'm like, these are valid concerns to bring up and question. So one of the things he was bringing up is previously in working with the city and asking questions like a business wanted to bring in on city property a farmer's market. And trying to work with it, it failed, but then the city, and I don't know how long ago this was, names weren't used, it was a barrier, and then when this business stopped trying to bring in a farmer's market, then allegedly the city brought in the farmer's market. And there's barriers with that were brought in. So some of what was emailed, I have concerns with, and then I started rereading the bill and the communication, and it's like a 3 times a year rule that we had put in there, and I'm thinking, okay, what if we do bring in a farmer's market or craft fairs, which can happen more than 3 times a year? So those are part of my concerns with this. And then something else that I question is in 5-20, I guess it's now -2, license requirements. All individual vendors participating in the community event must obtain appropriate city license. Has all licenses processes, have we streamlined all the processes for all potential vendors also? So got a lot going on in my brain here with a lot of questions that prompted by this email, so.
Yeah, for sure. I think I've been in contact with the same person
Okay.
about those concerns. So I'll start with the last one. For the vendors, they have to have a sales and use tax license to sell anything in the city. That's just how it is.
Yeah.
And that is pretty much as streamlined as it can be. We didn't see really any super big inefficiencies with that. I will say with the food vendors, you've seen we're working to streamline that as well. And then as far as kind of some of the inconsistencies, those were a result of this vague definition where people were kind of trying to base their answers to citizens off the code, but since the code was so vague, there were different interpretations among staff. And so I think that clarifying this definition will solve those consistency problems as well. And we're also planning on retraining all the staff on the new process when it's finalized.
So if a different vendor wanted to come in with different things, like at a farmer's market, because they're selling produce and there might be crafts and different things, because food is being sold, would different licenses have to be different licenses or permits for each individual food vendor be done?
Yes, so I think I understand your question, and that's kind of why the food vendor regulations and special events were originally tied together, is because of situations like that. So there's the instances of like a cottage food vendor license where it's like they're selling prepackaged food, I believe. But if they were gonna be selling like made to order food at the farmer's market, they would need the appropriate Arapahoe County license, pending the food vendor regulations you're also looking at tonight.
Okay. Okay.
But everybody needs a sales and use tax license.
Right, and
Yeah.
I understand that. That's just a give me. Okay, and then one of my questions also is, also in the same license requirements, the license application must include, would that be the person that is organizing this, or does each vendor have to have that at the event?
So it would be the event organizer's responsibility to make
Okay.
sure that all the vendors were appropriately licensed.
Okay. I just want to make sure, we're trying to make sure all of this is easier for everybody. And I guess when we're getting to discussions, I think we're tying our hands, or some people's hands, with the 3 times a year on some of this. Okay, I think you've answered my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wright. Let's go down the row, Member Prang and then Member Russell.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a similar reaction, I think, to the email that was received. Can you just, I'm not sure I heard in your responses to Member Wright what the rationale for the limitation for 3 events per year is.
I think that has been in there. If council wants to change it, we're happy to do that. I think that was carryover from previous code and just consistency.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I guess on that particular issue, I just feel like we're doing all of this work to ease the path for food vendors to come in, to ease the path for people having home occupations, et cetera. And so in my mind, I'm thinking, if there's an event that's held where someone's doing the permitting and following our rules and processes, and there's obviously a desire for that event in the community if they keep coming back to us and wanting to re-permit for that event. So I'm not a huge fan of the limitation of 3 times a year, just because if there's a demand for it and people have a reason to come and continue to ask us for that permit, I think they should be able to, and we should be responsive to what's of interest to our residents in the community.
Member Russell.
Remind me, because I do want to talk about that for a minute. So the other thing, and you may have already answered this, where the one thing that this person brought up was that what would be the remedy? Have we thought through a remedy for staff behaving badly in implementing this process? So is that where the training comes in, making sure staff is trained?
Yeah, so with the administrative process we're building, it's streamlining kind of a bunch of different pieces that used to be separate, which kind of result in those inconsistencies just because of natural communication barriers. But yes, staff will be retrained on the new process. Everybody will have the same guidelines to follow as to how they administer and evaluate their applications. So they will be retrained.
I appreciate that. And I mean, I think one thing, we are in the business of helping citizens and small businesses succeed. And so we want to treat them with respect. So, and I know I really wish that the chamber would have been on here. Actually, to be real honest with you, I was on the ACE committee as liaison a few years ago, and that was the best thing that ever happened to this city, was that committee. And when the group itself voted to remove themselves from the ACE committee and go to the chamber, I don't think that's worked out real well for the city or probably for the chamber. But anyway, I think we need to work together. I appreciate that. Thank you for responding to these. And I would just like to say to Member Prang that I do agree, if we're causing somebody to buy a license or a permit, we shouldn't limit them to 3 times a year if it's something that could be ongoing, especially if it's something that the city, would do. So, anyway, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Any further questions for members of council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 9B2? Let's just get that before any potential changes to the ordinance, though.
Move to approve 9B2.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could I get a second?
Second?
Thank you, Member Noonekamp. All right, any comments? Go ahead, Member Prang.
I'd like to make an amendment to the motion to have the statement, "A license shall not be issued for the same community event for more than 3 times in a calendar year," removed.
Thank you very much. That's under 520-4, correct?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, that got struck through, so.
Yeah, but that's what I'm wondering as well.
No, it's on there. It's part C.
Yeah.
It's under C of, it's 520-1, chapter, and it's under C, I believe.
Okay. I think we're all speaking of the same thing, but I just wanted to make sure. All right, perfect. So that's a motion to amend by Member Prang. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Wright. Any comments? Just making sure no one does.
I do.
All right, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I was just going to say this. I'm thankful to Member Prang for bringing this to our attention, that this is something a limitation I would like to see eliminated. So I appreciate her eye on this.
Perfect. All right, and with that, can we please vote on the motion to amend?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonekamp,
Aye.
Member Prang,
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Did you say aye? I missed it, sorry. Member Ward,
Aye.
Member Wright,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
All right, thank you. Any other motions to amend? Seeing none, can I get a motion to, can we vote on the motion as amended, so.
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonekamp,
Aye.
Member Prang,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Member Ward,
Aye.
Member Wright,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
All right. Liz, thank you very much for your time tonight. Since we made a motion to amend, that will come back for second reading in early December. All right, no public hearing items for tonight. Moving on to 11B1, this is the creation of a hookah business license. City Attorney Tamara Niles.
Mayor, we are here tonight for the second reading on this ordinance. And at the last city council meeting, city council directed some revisions to it. So it is back to you for second reading tonight.
Thank you very much, City Attorney Niles. Any comments from members of council? Go ahead, Member Wright.
Thank you. In section 1, 5-33-1, section, might be more than one area, but section C, part 2, I thought when we were changing things, I believe it was Member Ward that had brought up or suggested where we put in hookah retail, tobacco retailers only, means facilitates the permit of consumption of hookah on premises. When we were doing discussions, I had brought up concerns that we have vape stores that sell hookah, tobacco, or supplies, and this ordinance would impact them, and they would have to get the licenses, and with Mayor Pro Tem and Member Ward's helping and wordsmithing, we had changed things, and the word only was supposed to use because it would impact the hookah bars only. And I believe we're missing the word only in some spots.
I would be happy to respond to that.
Yes, go ahead.
So that amendment was implemented through 5-33-1C2, which states hookah tobacco retailer means facilities that permit the consumption of hookah on the premises by customers. So that's the only retailers that it would apply to.
Okay. In order to limit. Okay, so have we made sure that the places like, I'm calling vape stores, I don't know what they are protected, that they could sell the supplies, but they're not smoked in there, where it's the vapes, the hookah bars is what's targeted, I guess I'm asking.
So the way I understood your amendment at the last meeting was that you only wanted this to apply to places where hookah was smoked at the location.
Yes.
So it is written so that it only applies to places where hookah is consumed on the premises. So people that are smoking hookah at the location, they are the only ones that this would apply to. And that's because of how we defined hookah tobacco retailer.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I misread it. Thank you.
Go ahead, Member Ward.
I was just gonna say, I'm comfortable with the way it's worded. The trigger is the on-premise consumption by customers, which would apply to any business that happen to sell hookah for on-premise consumption, regardless of the regular line of business that they're in. They would be required to get the license.
Thank you, Member Ward. Any further questions from members of council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11B1?
Move to approve 11B1.
Thank you, Member Praying. Could I get a second?
Second?
Thank you, Member Noonekamp. All right. Any further comments? I will be in support of this. Thank you very much to the city attorney for the additional language on this. I do think it's important, even though I don't believe that there's actually a hookah bar that's going to go into the city of Inglewood at the moment, but I do think that this provides a little bit of protection in terms of some of the issues that surrounding municipalities have seen with hookah bars entering the area. So in terms of just peace of mind for the neighborhood, I think just putting the restriction of 12 midnight to 7 a.m. as the hours of non-operation, I think is sufficient for me. So I'm happy with the changes and hope members of council also see that as well. So with no further comments, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Nay.
Member Noonekamp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Nay.
Member Ward.
Nay.
Member Wright.
Nay.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 3 ayes and 4 nays.
All right, thank you very much, City Clerk, on that. So that one is defeated. Moving on to 11B2, this is food vendor licensing regulations. We have Liz Ramsey again. And I know this is second reading, and I know that we probably already have a good idea of what this item is, but anything that you need to add?
Nope, there have been no changes since last time you approved it, so you
Perfect.
guys can discuss.
Thank you very much, Liz. Any questions for members of council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11B2?
Move to approve 11B2.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. All right, any comments? All right, go ahead, Member Russell.
I would like to move to amend this to raise the liability insurance from $500,000 to $1 million.
Thank you very much. Member Russell, 500,000 to 1 million. All right, perfect. Member Prank, do you have anything to add? Member Wright, do you have anything to add on this?
I was gonna say the same thing, so I will
Okay.
second.
Yeah.
And I would add,
Yeah.
let me ask
Sorry.
this, did we get a definition of aggregate?
So hold on one second, Member Russell, you made the motion. Member Wright, you had the second, right?
Yes.
Okay. Any further comments? So you have a question regarding aggregate?
Yeah, I think I'm having a moment when it comes to aggregate.
City Attorney Niles, I don't remember the comment earlier tonight, but if you have any comments on that?
Certainly. It's my understanding that generally insurance, you pay for a single occurrence or so much in the aggregate. So let's say two people were injured out of the same incident. The single occurrence limit would apply to each person, but the insurance would be the maximum that would be paid out for that incident. Or sometimes there could be an annual aggregate as well. It depends on the policy. So that'd be the total that the policy would pay out.
Okay, so on here, what was handed to us, it was 1 million per occurrence and 2 million aggregate. So 2 million would be total per incident or 2 million total policy?
Generally, that would be total, well, it depends on how it's written. Let me pull up this specific language. Okay, what I'm reading says it's, well, the amendment would make it 1 million per occurrence and in the aggregate, which would mean a 1 million total policy. So I'm not seeing on my version a $2 million aggregate.
And it was the example of a basic coverage that was given to us. So it's just trying to, because it's written in here per occurrence and in the aggregate. So I agree with the 1 million. The example, I believe it was Dacona, which is a small city. Doesn't mean they don't have food trucks, but it's as those that we were elected to watch over those in the city, anything could happen. I do believe even when we're evaluating the amount of city insurance to get for the city to protect ourselves and our citizens from things that happen in here, we're not going to go for the very minimal amount of insurance we could get. And things happen. The amount of insurance is not expensive. They're going to spend more on the car insurance or whatever you call it when they're driving around. So I think the least we could do is do $1 million policy. They probably have that coverage already, being in other cities. And I just think as I've heard people say it recently, trustees of our citizens, that's just, I believe, what we need to do. I'm losing my words, so thank you.
Thank you, Member Wright. Anyone else? All right. And with that, I have a second. So can we please vote on the motion to amend to raise the insurance liability to $1 million from $500,000?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson,
Nay.
Member Nanenkamp,
Nay.
Member Prang,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Member Ward,
Nay.
Member Wright,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 4 ayes and 3 nays.
Thank you. Anything else? Any other motions to amend? Go ahead, Member Ward.
I don't have a motion to amend, but I do have some comments on the previous motion, if I may.
Yes, please.
I think we're making a lot of assumptions about insurance that we might not necessarily know. For instance, one of the scenarios that was posited earlier during public comment was something that caused significant medical injury. And my limited experience with insurance, and I'm looking at an example of a certificate of liability insurance online here, medical expenses is a separate line, typically insured separately from the general, with a different liability limit. So I just wasn't compelled by the information that I heard earlier tonight, which is why I voted no on that. I think 500,000 is adequate. If the business owner wants more, or they happen to do business in another municipality that requires higher, that's fine, they can have more. But I don't think we are failing to protect our residents, as we were accused of doing, by allowing a $500,000 insurance policy for a food truck operator in our city.
Thank you, Member Ward. Any other comments? And I'll speak to that. So I was one of the 3 votes for yes last time around for the $1 million. And part of the reason why was they already had that insurance in other cities. So I thought it just made sense to bring that across. So I agree with you. I don't think that there was anything substantial that that we're not further protecting our citizens with the ask for $1 million. But I was happy to just see that move forward. So my vote will stay on this motion as amended. So I will continue to vote for the $1 million insurance requirement. So with that, with no other further changes, can we vote on the motion at hand?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson,
Aye.
Member Nanenkamp,
Aye.
Member Prang,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Nay.
Member Ward,
Aye.
Member Wright,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes and 1 nay.
Liz, thank you very much for your time tonight. All right, moving on to home occupations and natural medicines, Planning Manager Brian Isom and Will Charles. Anything new to add, Brian?
No, we have nothing new to add other than the amendments that were approved at the last meeting have been added to the draft.
Sounds great. All right, any questions for members of council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11B3?
Move to approve 11B3.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Noonekamp. Any further comments? Go ahead, Member Prang.
I just want to put on record my disagreement with the rationale that was used to amend to include knives. I will go ahead and vote on this tonight, as the majority of council is in support of it, and it seemed like we had some agreement from the community, but just believe that knives are weapons, and I still have some safety concerns around that, but I'll be with council tonight on this.
Thank you, Member Prang. Anyone else? All right, seeing none, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson,
Aye.
Member Nanenkamp,
Aye.
Member Prang,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Member Ward,
Aye.
Member Wright,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Brian, and thank you very much, Will. Moving on to 11C1, this is resolution of the update to the 2025 rate and fee schedule. We have Director of Finance, Kevin Ingles. Good evening, Kevin.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is the resolution to adopt the 2025 rate and fee schedule. We don't have a separate presentation for this evening. All of these items have come before you either through the budget process or separately throughout the year. This is just combining them into one schedule. We do have staff available for any additional questions that you have.
Sounds great. Thank you very much, Kevin. Any questions for members of council? Go ahead, Member Russell.
My question is on, it's in the council communication, probably on page 3, under Water Fund, Utilities Department, and it's about the new drinking water loan fee, $5 monthly, to recover a portion of debt service related to the lead service line replacement program. Was that not included in the 4.5% increase?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Peter Van Rye, Director of Utilities in South Platte Renew. The $5 is a new fee, and way back in April when we first presented this, if you recall, I have the graphs. To the degree you want me to go through those graphs again or go through the comparison of bills, the $5 fee was put in place to address that drinking water revolving fund loan. Then we have the other aspects of the financial model that have been in place, which include the 4.5% on the water and the sewer side, and then we have the capital investment fee that also increases every other year. And we initially presented this back in April with those graphs, and we call it the mountain graph. And then have brought it back a number of times throughout the course of the summer and have modeled our financial models, our rates and fees plan to be able to fund that debt service, fund the projects, and essentially is what has helped us access $105 million worth of federal funding.
So is the, excuse me, is the 4.5% increase going to continue on yearly after this?
Yes, so the model, if you recall, I haven't brought it to a council meeting in a little while, but if you recall, we have the financial model that goes out 20 years. Right now, that model has a stable increase to the operational aspects of the water rates and fees, the water and sewer. And what we do is we have those, instead of those spiking up and down, we have a consistent number of 4.5%. The new thing this year is that $5 fee. And that $5 fee, the way we have it modeled is it stays $5 all the way through the entire time of that debt, which right now it's a 30-year debt. And at the end of that debt period, when it's all paid back, that fee goes away. So that one does not increase. The capital model that we, oh shoot, I just hit a button. The capital model, which is the fee that we instituted back in 2020, there's a every other year progressive increase to that one of $1. What's new this year and what's different is that $5 fee to allow us to leverage that drinking water revolving fund loan, and ultimately it's what's helped us model everything together to accomplish all the backlog of work that we have.
Okay, I appreciate that. So how long will the 4.5% increase continue on? For 20 years or?
Right now, we have that projected through the time frame of our model. And so that 4.5% is generally designed to address the normal variability in the increasing cost of operations. And so we have chemicals that go up and down. We have just the normal cost of your CPI increases, things like that. And so that's one component. When we look at that overall model, the financial model, it incorporates all of these aspects. And then what we try to balance is the rate amount, which is the 4.5%, the capital fee amount, which is the capital investment fee, and then this new debt service amount, which is for the lead program and the distribution system, essentially. They all play together. And so as we look at what the needs are versus what the revenues are, those models, we adjust those to make sure that we're not creating some kind of a rate shock to our customers Although this year there is an increase, but that's where we then go and reflect back to our adjacent utilities. If you recall that graph from earlier this year, we are still on the lower end of the average utility bill. And we look at the total bill for water, sewer, and storm, as well as we've included this year districts that have ad valorem tax for water system improvements that ends up on their tax. And so we wanted to make sure that we don't incorrectly compare those things and not include what other districts are charging in taxes, because in reality, that's what the customer is being charged for, what we only recover through fees and rates.
Okay. Thank you. I don't like it, but I understand it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Wright.
Oh, no, it's just on.
Okay. Mayor. Go ahead, Member Ward.
I just happened to notice unrelated to water, so I think I don't, there is a line on here for the hookah and tobacco retailer license, which I believe just failed. So I don't know if we need to amend to take that off.
Go ahead,
do.
City Attorney.
Yes, we do. Good catch. We didn't anticipate that one would fail.
Where are we at? Is it under Finance Department? Yes. Yeah. Okay. So it's just that entire line. Okay.
I'll make a motion.
Good catch. Let me just make sure there's no other questions. All right, can you make the motion to amend, Mayor Pro Tem or Member Ward?
I move to amend to remove the hookah business license fee.
Actually, we don't have a motion on the table, so is it best to get the motion on the table first and then we can make a motion to amend? All right, let's do that. Can I get a motion on 11C1?
I move to approve 11C1.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. Could I get a second?
I'll take the second.
Thank you, Member Ward. And now the motion to amend.
Move to amend to remove the hookah business license fee.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem, could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Ward. All right, any further comments? Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Nanenkamp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you very much. Any other motions to amend? All right, seeing none, can we please vote on the motion as amended?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Nanenkamp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
All right, thank you very much. Director Ingalls, you're up next with 11C2. This is the 2024 Budget Supplemental number 3.
Thank you. Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Kevin Ingalls, Director of Finance. We do have a presentation on this one, and I am going to turn it over to Budget Manager Nolan to walk you through that.
Thank you.
Hello, Jenny.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council and the Inglewood community. Tonight we have before you our third budget supplemental resolution for your consideration and hopefully approval. This budget supplemental request totals almost just shy of $2.8 million. For your reference, we have provided the budget supplemental process, which is displayed here on this slide. This next slide, we've provided the 2024 schedule of our of the budget supplemental requests. And this is of note on this particular slide is just a reminder that we will have a year-end true-up after our annual financial audit. And if there are any further budget supplemental requests for 2024, we'll bring that forward to you around the April-May timeframe. This next slide is just a consolidated overview of the previous as well as the current budget supplemental requests for the general fund and other funds. And just of note here, on this particular request, we do have one American Rescue Plan Act, or the ARPA funding request, which is a transfer between the sewer fund and the water fund, which we'll discuss a little bit later. The next 3 slides is just a high-level overview of our budget supplemental requests, identifying sources and uses of funds. And the next 7 slides is what I'll spend most of the presentation just discussing at a higher level. So this first request is for the administration department, which consists of the city manager's office division as well as the sustainability program division. And the first request, or the total of this request is $102,800, of which $63,000 is based on a 5-year average favorable budget variance reduction that affected all departments across the board. Again, based on their favorable budget variance, it will be either more or less than the $63,000. But for the administration department, their average 5-year favorable budget variance was approximately $63,000 that we reduced the 2024 original budget request. However, in 2024, they did not have any staff vacancies, nor any planned changes to their non-personnel line items. So therefore, their current budget cannot absorb this $63,000 reduction we made off the top of their budget. The other component of this request is approximately $40,000. And this is due to the reclassification of positions affecting and/or other compensations to the affected employees listed in this request. And this request will reduce the general fund unassigned fund balance as indicated here on the slide by about $102,800. The next request is for the Human Resources Department. Again, this budget savings challenge also affected their department. They had minimal staff vacancies and do not have any planned reductions to their non-personnel line items. So they too are not able to absorb this $50,500 that was a reduction of their original budget request. And again, this request is going to be funded through the general fund unassigned fund balance. The next request is for the Community Development Department. And back in September, Council approved an intergovernmental agreement with RTD to expand the current trolley or shuttle services in the city of Englewood. And this $360,000 appropriation is offset by a $300,000 grant from RTD. And we did receive from the Englewood Downtown Development Authority $52,000 of the city match, or the match portion of this grant. Therefore, the reduction to the unassigned fund balance for 2024 will be $8,000 for this particular request. The next request is for the Dartmouth Bridge project. And this project is nearing completion. However, we do have 3 additional costs that we need to incur in order to complete this project. And those costs total $500,000. And you're able to read what each one of these items or each of the cost components consist of. And the source of funding for this request is from the Public Improvement Fund, the unappropriated fund balance. The next request is for the Old Hamden Complete Streets Project, and it totals $250,000. And this project enhancement will include an irrigation system, trees, and other amenities for the Old Hamden Complete Streets Project. And again, this request will be funded from the Public Improvement Fund, unappropriated fund balance. The second to last request is for the Concrete Utility Fund. And back in May, it was indicated on the contract approval summary that we would potentially need a budget supplemental for the concrete utility 2024 program costs of approximately $162,000. Additionally, during the year, the concrete utility program took on a new program called the Trip Hazard Elimination Program, and that cost is approximately $100,000 and was not originally budgeted for 2024. And then the final cost that's included in this request is for the utility billing administrative costs of approximately $18,000. So those three amounts total approximately $280,000. And then the final request is the transfer of the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA funds, from the sewer fund to the water fund. And this is to offset the cost of the water line replacement for that project. It has been determined that there is no need to replace the sewer line for this project at this time. And again, the source of funds for this is just the ARPA restricted funds that currently sits in the sewer fund balance. And we would like to transfer that over to the water fund. So I'll pause here to see if there are any questions. And we do have staff members present to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you so much, Jenny. Member Ward, you got the first question?
Yeah, I think I'd like to start with the Dartmouth Bridge project. This is a pretty significant cost overrun, and it looks like only $150,000 of that cost overrun is being reimbursed to the city. $100,000 for it is an upgrade to the asphalt, which I guess I can understand. It still gives me a little bit of heartburn. The question I have is in regards to cost 3, which is installation of coffer dams that were not anticipated because the water level was expected to be lower. I'm wondering if we can excel with that cost as well, since they caused the delay, which presumably changed the season that we were doing this operation in, and now we have to deal with water that we wouldn't have had to deal with otherwise.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tim Host, Deputy Director of Public Works. So that is a good point. That is something we are going to pursue for that cause, because there was some time delay that caused the flows in the river to advance on us, and we had to change the diversion strategy to the cofferdam instead of initially they were going to pipe it all through there, and the flow was low enough we could pipe it, but the flows got too high to where we had to switch to the cofferdam, and part of that was because of the Excel relocation coordination and taking a while. So we are definitely going to pursue that avenue to get some recovery on this if we can.
What are our odds, do you think? I mean,
30,
they have
70.
lawyers, we have lawyers.
Exactly.
Hopefully we don't have to
That's
have
right.
lawyers hashing out.
It's a negotiation about, what documentation we have, or when they were supposed to be done, when we asked them to be done. So it's definitely going to be a back and forth. I would say it's probably 50-50 at this point. We're certainly going to pursue that, but there's no guarantee we'll get it. But it is an expense to the contractor that they didn't anticipate that we will, one way or the other, have to incur in the contract before we're done, because it's something we can't make the contractor pay for something like that. The river levels are something they can't control. So.
Right. Do you know offhand the total cost of this project? I'm having trouble recalling.
I believe the contract amount was around $7.7 million.
So if I'm doing the math in my head, it's a tough percentage to calculate offhand, but we're looking
Yeah, I
over
think it's-
10%.
Yeah, it's around 12%, I think, over is what it is now we're looking at with these.
Boy, I'd be madder than I am right now if this wasn't so rare of an occurrence. But it's something I'm prepared to deal with. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Ward. Member Pring.
Thank you. I'm not sure it's a question for you, but for staff in general. I just want to understand the distinction between the 250,000 asked here for the enhancements on the Old Hamden Complete Street projects and how that is different from I believe on September 23rd, the EDDA presented as part of their budget, 425,000 that were to go to enhancements. So what is the difference between these two pieces that we're funding?
I can speak to that as well. So the 250,000 tonight is specifically for irrigation and trees added to the project there. The EDDA funding was more for benches and more of the bus stop amenities and things like that. This is more for the actual trees and having a little more vegetation and landscaping in the corridor. The 250 is in addition to the EDDA enhancements that they funded for the project.
Okay, and that includes irrigation and all of that for the trees that we're putting in?
Well, the EDDA portion did not include any irrigation or trees. That's what's.
But this one
included.
does.
This one will. This is specifically for trees and irrigation. We need the irrigation for the trees so they'll survive. So the initial concept was to have more dry type landscape that didn't need as much water, but the proposal here tonight is to add irrigation and trees to make the corridor a little more inviting there and have a little more of a tree-lined corridor.
Okay, thank you.
Member Russell.
So last week during, I think it was the study session, when they were there were no trees in the median. Did this come up since then, or they didn't incorporate this?
Yeah, so they didn't incorporate those trees into the presentation last week, and that was an oversight on our part. We should have shown the trees in that concept there, so there will be trees in the proposal there. So those were previous concepts before this tree proposal was included in there. That's why those weren't shown in the exhibits there, but they are planned for mostly on the eastern side where it's a little bit wider where they can fit them in there. So that's what this funding would be for, that, so we can get some more trees and things in there and have a little more vertical landscaping.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that.
All right, Member Wright.
Thank you. That you got away with no questions, huh? I would like to know about the sustainability manager. I know that we share her with Sheridan, but she's supervising the green business coordinator, and it appears that that person also helps with Littleton and Sheridan. So since the sustainability program used to be a coordinator, is now a manager, is Sheridan and Littleton contributing to that person's line items and salary?
Littleton is not, Sheridan is. So we negotiated the class and comp into the IGA with Sheridan. And then we also negotiated up to a 5% increase each year if both parties agree to it. So we believe that we will be able to do this within that. And then, yes, none of her salary is paid for by the city of Littleton. But the Green Business Coordinator, I think it's either 45 or 50% of their salary does come from Littleton, and about 10% from Sheridan.
So do we need to have a discussion since the Green Business Coordinator is 50% Littleton, 20% Sheridan, so they're not here a whole lot, the Green Business Coordinator. Do we need to have a discussion with Littleton since direction for the Green Business Coordinator is being given? Do we need to have a discussion with Littleton also?
So the IGA that we worked on specifies what our role is and also the role of the city of Littleton in kind of defining what they want to do with the program. What's nice though about the Green Business Program is it's actually a statewide initiative. So while our coordinator can vary their approach, like for example, today he ran a program that had about 40 business leaders there to talk about electric vehicles. Most of what he's doing is coming basically from a state playbook. And so our sustainability program is now 3 years old. Littleton is just starting theirs, and so they preferred for us to oversee it and manage it, just because it's something that we've been doing for a while, and also we really want to kind of expand these regional collaborations. But certainly, it's something we look at really every year, and we definitely would like feedback from the three councils about how to continue it. But it's only been in place for 2 months or so with Littleton, but I check in with the coordinator almost every week, and he says it's going really well. So
Okay, I just want to make sure everything's equitable there, and it sounds like we've been balancing other things out recently. So we want to make sure it continues. So, thank you.
All right, any further questions for members of council?
Mayor,
Go ahead, Member Ward.
I wanted to go back to the administration department's budget. When I see a supplemental like this, the concern is that this is going to be an ongoing thing because we build cost savings into our budget every year, and we've already approved the budget for 2025. Are we going to be looking at a similar supplemental going into 2025?
Possibly. It all depends on staffing levels, as well as if there are any changes to our planned, expenditures.
And also, Member Ward, that item on the bottom there, well, actually, it's not on the bottom, but actually the top of the second item, the executive assistant, that was correcting a one-time error, so that would not be coming back.
I appreciate that, but unfortunately, the actual number for that particular error was not included here. So I don't know if that's a $38,000 mistake or a $1,300 mistake.
That was approximately what did I write down? 27,000.
Okay, so that's the lion's share of that
Yep.
second line. And then the first line appears to be just straight personnel.
Yes, and if I could just clarify for council, is everyone clear that we have changed in the last few years the way we budget for personnel costs? 5 years ago, we were just charging every FTE in the city and expecting every position to be filled. That was neither disciplined nor reflective of realities in terms of how the city was spending money. So you saw these multi-million-dollar, end-of-year leftover, basically, because we weren't planning for staff vacancies. So the finance department has looked at a 3-year?
5-year.
5-year average of vacancies in every department and issued a challenge for, this is what we assume that the vacancies you're gonna have. And if you don't meet that, we come back to you and make the budget whole for those vacancies. But frankly, it's a very disciplined way to budget. I'll defend that all day long because we want to be realistic. In the past, we were just using those leftover funds at the end of the year for various and sundry things. This is a much more accurate way to budget.
That clarity is helpful, Manager Lewis. The source of heartburn I have as someone who has to sign off on this budget is not entirely knowing, particularly at a time when we're habitually drawing down our reserves, when are we going to hit the wall and how hard are we going to hit it when we have to decide of some difficult decisions about staffing, because that's our largest cost in the city. So that's what I'm trying to look forward to, is trying to see how often this type of problem might come up in the future. And it sounds like during the adjustment period of that 5-year averaging, this is more likely to occur in the next couple of years than it would be 3 or 4 years ago when we were just budgeting that entire amount.
I think that's accurate in your description. One of the things that probably we could be more conservative on is taking into consideration the Great Resignation. A number of our departments were hit very hard by the Great Resignation, creating widespread vacancies, particularly in some of our larger departments. So it's possible we may need to adjust that and bring this down. But again, when you look at the averages, we don't take the exact number of vacancies that you've had and say, this is how much your vacancy. We only take, is it 25% of that number?
Approximately
So
that.
we try to be really conservative and not overestimate vacancies, but also not overestimate that every department will be fully staffed all year.
Okay, thank you.
Member Wright.
Thank you. I just need a clarification, please. So, the community development, the $360,000, if I remember correctly, I thought we voted on this money and it says September 3rd. Why is this here now and we're voting on it again? If you could just explain.
And that's going to be our next direction of City Council, whether or not, when we approve a grant, would you like us to bring it forward to you in a separate budget supplemental, or once the grant is approved, we just automatically increase the department's budget?
Okay, so is this money in hand now and we need to go ahead and spend it, or?
No, the RTD grant is going to be on a cost reimbursement basis. So as soon as we receive the two vehicles in December, then we'll request that reimbursement from RTD.
Okay. All right, great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions? Go ahead, Member Russell.
So I do have a question, because we did vote on this, right? And we knew that this bill was coming, right? But was it not included in the budget?
Correct.
Until it actually gets...
I don't know if this was anticipated at the start when we were putting together the 2024 budget. Possibly Director Power can just explain when this particular idea came about.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
While he's coming up, her question, Jenny's question is an excellent one we might want to take later. And that is, whenever you approve something by contract that has a financial impact, we could reduce the number of budget requests that that we bring to you by simply adjusting the budget as soon as you approve an agreement or a contract or a grant receipt. We can make those adjustments without having to come to you. But in full transparency, we just want to bring everything that we're moving budget, money around between departments.
Go ahead, Director
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I do agree with what City Manager Lewis just said. That's why we're trying to do this as above board as we can. We did have this late in 2023, so we really didn't have it as a factor, as a completed factor for our budget in 2024 in terms of when you adopted the budget for this year.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, any further questions for members of council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11C2?
I move to approve 11C2.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Prang. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Jenny, thank you very much for your time tonight.
You're welcome. So just for clarification on that further direction, is it City Council's direction that if a contract or a grant or agreement comes before City Council, would you prefer a separate supplemental to increase that department's budget appropriation for that year? Or in terms of grants, we currently are using option 2 once the departments, once we approve a grant, we increase the department's budget. But now with City Manager Lewis's recommendation of adding contracts and agreements in addition to grants.
Mayor Pro Tem, did you want to start off, or Member Ward? I think both.
I'm still processing it.
Go ahead, Member Ward.
I'm comfortable with the current process. Status quo.
Yeah. I think the status quo probably makes more sense just for the visibility of the item and also to just bring up the questions that we had as of tonight. So I understand the reason to want to move to the other, to a simplified approach, but I think the current process does work. So I'm fine with that. Member Wright?
And my question is if we went to authorize the increase of the department's budget appropriation, we have that budget on our website, would that confuse people if they went to go look at it?
It will, because the
Yeah.
budget that's on the website is as of a point in time. So it's just the original budget that's on the city's website. It does not include the amended budgets that are made throughout the year.
And I think that would confuse people. So I think as we have it now would probably be better. So, yeah.
Thank you. Member Russell?
Thank you. I think my question is in reference to some of Member Ward's comments. Is staff aware what's going on with the budget before we get to this? We could come to a budget supplemental and realize, uh-oh, we need to cut back on something. And by that time, it's pretty late. So if we leave it status quo, are we going to get in trouble by doing it this way? That's my question.
I think, we're monitoring the budget on a monthly basis with City Council. So I don't think the current process would hinder that. If we found ourselves in a situation where our expenditures were exceeding our budget and exceeding the available, unassigned fund balance or the balance available in any of the other funds, we would be bringing that information to City Council and also the recommendation of the reduction of expenditures in order to make sure that we're not in a deficit fund balance situation.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. I don't see any further comments. Jenny, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your time.
All right, moving on to motion to award the Old Hampton Utilities Improvement Project. We have Director Van Rybler, Tim House.
Good
Good
evening, Mayor
evening,
and
Deputy
Council.
Director.
We got a brief presentation on this item, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions you have on this. So this is our Old Hampton Utilities Improvement Project, which is in advance of the Old Hampton Complete Streets project that we've been talking to you about. So the joint project between Public Works and Utilities that we've been working on here, and we're ready to award a construction contract tonight. We're recommending a contractor for award. But a little summary of the project, it is, the limits are on Old Hampton or East Hampton between Broadway and Clarkson, and it's, as I said, a joint project, and it includes water main replacement and storm drain replacement that's needed before we construct the Complete Streets project. We don't want to build a new street over old utilities that have a chance of failing anytime soon. So this is partially financed with ARPA funds. About $3.7 million of this project is ARPA funding that's helped us make this project a reality. And as I said, it precedes the Old Hampton Complete Streets project. So the scope of work is just some of the quantities. We've got about 3,400 feet of water line replacement included here, about 940 feet of storm sewer. It's a box culvert that we're going to be installing for the storm sewer to handle the capacity. And there's about 300 feet of 18-inch piping. That's all the lateral connections from the inlets and side drains there into the new storm pipe. And then about 17 new manholes and inlets on the storm sewer itself. So the selection process here, we got a really good turnout on the bids. We were pretty happy. We got 6 bids on this project. It was advertised for bids in July. The low bidder was Timberwolf Excavating, and they are a fairly new contractor in the Denver area. They are headquartered in Oklahoma, but they recently opened an office in Firestone. And we've checked out the references, and they came back very well. The projects they've done have been completed on time and under budget, which is nice to see after the Dartmouth Bridge project. We're hoping this one will be a little under budget this time. So we're happy to say they were able to complete a project within the contract amount for once. So that was good to see, and it's a good price there. We were very happy with the price. It's within the budget we have for the work. So we're recommending Timberwolf for this work, and here's the numbers here. The base bid was about 4.8. The water line cost is about 2.2 of that. The storm sewer cost is about 2.6. And then we're requesting a 10% contingency on the total contract amount, so a total authorization of about 5.7 million for the total project. And the Water and Sewer Board did recommend City Council approval during its meeting last week for this project. So with that, I'll take any questions you have on the project.
Thank you very much, Deputy Director. Any questions from council? Go ahead, Member Ward.
This might be a little in the weeds, so you'll have to forgive me, but the box culvert, how does that compare in size to what's there now? Is that an upgrade?
It is an upgrade. The 900 feet we're doing is the only section of storm sewer that needed to be upsized. The rest of the pipe is actually sized okay. It's corrugated pipe, so it needs to be lined one day, but the box culvert section is the only one we have to open cut replace because the old pipe is just too small. We can't line it or anything, so that's the box is needed for the capacity.
Great, thank you.
Member Wright?
Thank you. Along this area, wasn't there a bunch of these lines near the hospital replaced because there was an incident of concrete in the storm drains?
Well, so that is what this project is going to account for. It's going to replace that section of storm drain that was filled halfway with concrete. There was a section that, to repair it, it was an old corrugated line that was, I think they attempted to line it with concrete and they went a little too aggressive, and actually they reduced the capacity of the pipe. There's so much concrete in it, and that's what this section of storm sewer will replace, that section there that has kind of limited the capacity of the pipe and is causing part of the problem today.
So it wasn't replaced already?
No, it hasn't been replaced yet, no.
Okay, and I'm trying to, so in this area, the hospitals are in this area. There's been a lot of work on the hospital. Have we talked to the hospitals? Because I was doing physical therapy in that area, blah, blah, blah. And they were, when they were upgrading the hospital, they were replacing a lot of piping in that area on Broadway and stuff too. Have we talked to them to see if they've done upgrades themselves?
Yes, we have. So the upgrades they did is more on the Girard side of the hospital, on the emergency room side over there on, I guess, the north side of the hospital. That's the section they had issues with. The emergency room had some flooding years ago, and that's been corrected with their upgrade of their new building and things. They upgraded that side. This old Hamden piece is a kind of a separate line that ties into the outfall there. So that's two different systems that tie to the same outfall, basically. But the system that affected the hospital has been replaced.
Because they had Broadway closed up because they were doing Broadway. I never went Girard. So, I don't know. I talked to him. So, all right. Thank you.
Member Russell.
So that reminds me, I thought we appropriated money, like 1.9 million at one point to fix that, on Clarkson. Is that different? Was there a different situation on Clarkson than along the hospital there?
I'm trying to think the Clarkson piece. I think that was, I'm not recalling any work we did there. It might have been related to this project here. I think you are referring to the appropriation, maybe the original appropriation for this project, or?
This hasn't been in the works that long, has it, this project here?
It's been a couple years now, yeah. It's been a couple years.
Okay, because it was a couple years ago.
Yeah. I think that was the appropriation, was part of the original utility portion, and then trying to figure out all the storm sewer and the water main stuff that need to be done. So that's how I recall anyway. I think that was part of it.
So some of that money is probably included in the budget to pay for that 4.8 million?
Right, exactly, yeah. That's part of the storm budget, and the water fund is budgeted for the work on this project.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that.
Any further questions from council? Go ahead, Member Ward.
One more question. I'm looking at page 920 of the packet, for those of you following along with your computer. It's Exhibit B, and it's the Old Hampton Utilities Improvement Project bid opening September 4th. Is there a reason why that bid is 7.34 million? Am I missing something?
I don't have that page in front of me here to look at. It should be the, actually, what that is we did, the way we did it, we did add alternates. So we had a base bid, and I think we had 3 different phases in there, and the 7.3, that's including all 3 phases. That would include lining the storm sewer as well, the sections that would need to be lined, and we don't have quite enough funding in the stormwater fund right now to do all that, so we're just recommending the base bid. That's why that number is higher.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else from members of council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11C3?
Move to approve 11C3.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Can I get a second?
Second?
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp.
Aye.
Member Pring.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Director. All I was just asked to take a quick break. So let's take a quick break. If we can be back here within 5 minutes, I know that the next item may potentially take some time. So, so if we could just be back by 8:58. Thank you. All right, members of council, if you could please be seated. See if Chelsea's still on. Don't see her just yet. There she is. All right. All right, everyone, thank you very much. We are now back. We have Liz Ramsey here to go over the Q2 and Q3 strategic plan updates. Hello again, Liz.
Hello. Okay, so I'm gonna try to make this as quick as I can. I think this has been in your packet 3 times now. So we'll go through some of the higher level updates and then have time for questions and discussion. So as a reminder, the strategic plan has 8 outcome areas, 56 goals, 179 key projects, 98 metrics, 23 projects in development. So tonight I'm gonna give you an update on Q2 and Q3. Q2 had 32 project updates and Q3 had 47 project updates. And out of those 47, 13 were ones that were delayed in Q2. So we're giving you an update on all the delayed ones. For Q2, out of the 32 total projects, 17 were completed, 13 were delayed, and 2 were placed on hold. Also, an important clarification is delayed does not mean that they're not being worked on. Most of them are in progress. But since we did have Stephanie, the PowerPoint did something. Sorry. But since we did assign those expected delivery dates for a quarter for each project, we marked them as delayed if they were not completed by the quarter they were expected to be completed. So you'll see in these updates that most of them are in progress. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So for these first 3 in community well-being, 2 were completed, 1 was delayed, awaiting Excel's approval. This other community well-being project was completed. 1 infrastructure, 1 was delayed, but the IGA was approved and in process. And then the other infrastructure 1 was completed. These 4 infrastructure ones were delayed. All of them have expected completions of Q3, so those all have updates in the Q3 section. In this section for economy, 1 was placed on hold. 1 was to develop a safe strategy to address safety perceptions in commercial corridors. There was a staff capacity issue at the time. It's my understanding, though, that this is being addressed in a committee or working group currently. The other delayed one was expected delivery in Q3, and the final one on this slide was completed. The 2 community engagement projects were completed. These 2 community engagement projects, 1 was delayed with expected full delivery in Q3, and the ambassador program was completed, and it's still in progress. For safety, 1 was delayed, expected delivery Q3. The next was completed. Safety, the flock camera implementation was completed. 1 of the government's projects was delayed. Last one was completed. 1 delayed, 2 completed, and then 1 delayed and 1 completed. For sustainability, both of these projects were completed. In transportation, 1 was delayed, 1 was on hold, and you received an update in that in a study session, and then the work of the 2023-2024 snow plan was completed. So that was Q2. So for Q3, there were 47 total projects. Like I mentioned, 13 of those were carryover from Q2. 18 were completed, 28 are delayed, and none are on hold. In community well-being section, we have 1 complete and 2 delayed in this section. And the last one in community well-being is also delayed, but is in progress. Community engagement, this goal was delayed. The expected completion is in Q4. This one was delayed from Q2 as well, but they're just working on updating some of the information from recent events. In the economy section, the open rewards program was completed and the Earn app has launched. Also in the economy section, 1 is complete. for the job fair, and then the food truck and special event permitting we talked about tonight, that was delayed and expected to launch January 2025. For infrastructure, we have one that's delayed, one that's complete, and then 2 delayed and 1 complete for the infrastructure. All of these in infrastructure have been completed. 3 delayed, 1 completed on this slide. As you can see, we tried to tell you when the expected completion is if it was delayed. For sustainability, the 1 project in that area was completed. Transportation, we had 2 delayed and 1 complete. And on transportation on this slide, we have 1 complete, 1 delayed. And in governance, 3 of these projects have been delayed. And 3 more have been delayed. In this section for governance, 2 were complete and 3 were delayed. The ones that are delayed are all in progress. Again, the delayed ones are in progress and 1 has been completed. Same story. And then in terms of the proposed modifications in the packet, there's approximately 32 modifications being requested. In community well-being, we're requesting 6 modifications around homelessness, services, and neighborhood aesthetic improvements. Infrastructure, 5 modifications in the sustainable infrastructure funding, water protection, and improvement of sewer infrastructure areas. For community engagement, 6 new modifications concerning community partnerships and events, and measurements and like metrics of how we measure some of those. In the economy section, 3 modifications about business retention and developing economic partnerships. In safety, there is approximately 8 modifications to address innovative policing practices and add in some of those projects that were taking place. Sustainability, staff is requesting a move to Q4, the reduction of carbon emissions from city-owned residential and commercial buildings. And in transportation, there are 3 modifications around vehicular infrastructure. And I will just note that most of these modifications are fairly minor. We like to err on the side of caution and put them in front of you if they're substantial in any way. So I'm happy to take any questions. Any super detailed project questions might have to be entered as council requests, but I will do my best tonight.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much, Liz. Any questions for members of council? Anything? All right. I don't see any questions. So thank you very much for the overview, Liz. So with that, can I get a motion to approve 11C4?
I move to approve 11C4.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Prang. Any further comments? All right, let's vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Third time was the charm, Liz. Thank you so much for your time. All right. All right, everyone, we're moving on to Mayor's Choice. We do have an executive session to discuss the sale or, actually, I'll just read it. I move to go into executive session tonight to discuss the sale or transfer of the ground lease on city-owned property surrounding the Civic Center pursuant to CRS 24-64024A. Present at the executive sessions are the following persons: Mayor Othaniel Sierra, Mayor Pro Tem Joe Anderson. Chelsea will not be able to make it since she is online. So council members Tina Prang, Rita Russell, Stephen Ward, Kim Wright, City Manager Sean Lewis, Deputy City Manager Tim Dodd, City Attorney Tamara Niles, Director of Community Development Brad Power, Chief Redevelopment Officer Dan Parumba, Ogilvy Partners Stuart Ogilvy and Dustin Jones, and DPC Company Representatives Christopher King and Justin Legend. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp.
Yep.
Aye.
Okay, she can vote to go in or no?
Yes,
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Noonan-Camp. Member Noonan-Camp. Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you very much. We will now exit this meeting and reconvene in the community room on the second floor. Thank you very much.
That probably didn't get changed. We can just go right here in the community room.
That is the community room. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing when I said it. I was like, no, that is where we're going. All right, thank you, everyone. All right, everyone, we are now back. The time is now 10:27, and the executive session has been concluded. Present at the executive session were the following persons: Mayor Othaniel Sierra, Mayor Pro Tem Joe Anderson, council members Tina Prang, Rita Russell, Stephen Ward, Kim Wright, City Manager Sean Lewis, Deputy City Manager Tim Dodd, City Attorney Tamara Niles, Director of Community Development Brad Power, Chief Redevelopment Officer Dan Parumba, Ogilvy Partner Stuart Ogilvy and Dustin Jones, DPC Company Representative Justin Lutjen. Christopher King was not part of the executive session. He was ill, so he did not attend. I move to close this executive sessions. May I have a second?
Second.
Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonan, Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matter is not included in the motion to go into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concerns for the record. All right, everyone, there has been a request for a second executive session tonight. I move to go into executive session tonight for the discussion of a personnel matter under CRS Section 24-6402 4F1 regarding the city manager and parks bond signage. Present at the executive session are the following persons: Mayor Othaniel Sierra, Mayor Pro Tem Joe Anderson, council members Tina Prang, Rita Russell, Stephen Ward, and Kim Wright. May I have a second?
Second.
All right. Can we please vote, or are there any questions? Because I know that we kind of just sprung this up on everyone, but anyone have any comments or questions? No?
Just one administrative question.
Sure.
It's not our custom to go into executive session when we don't put it on the agenda, and I don't see this one on the agenda. As I understand it, we have that ability, we just don't typically do that.
Yes, we don't typically do that, but it is compliant with open meetings law to have an executive session even when it's not on the agenda. But not our general custom.
So I guess my question is, why are we doing this tonight?
So it was asked to do, and I think we did this a couple weeks back as well. It wasn't on the agenda. We went to an executive session without having as part of the agenda, but it's just a pressing matter that was brought up. Member Russell, did you want to add anything else or on the item?
No, that pretty much
Yeah.
covers it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So I do have the second. That was you, Member Wright. All right, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
All right, we will now exit this meeting and reconvene in the community room on the second floor. Almost. We're getting there. All right, the time now is 10:53, and the executive session has been concluded. Present at the executive session were the following persons: Mayor Nathaniel Sierra, Mayor Pro Tem Joe Anderson, Council members Tina Prang, Rita Russell, Stephen Ward, and Kim Wright. I move to close the executive session. May I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion to go into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concerns for the record. All right, everyone, so I'll just keep it really short. Just a reminder that this Thursday night, we do have the Tri-Cities homelessness study session. It's going to be hosted by Littleton off of Berry Avenue, so hope to see you there. It starts at 6 p.m. I think we already have one absent that evening, but I will be there and hope to see you all there. That concludes my portion. Anybody have council members' choice? All right, city managers report.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll keep mine short and just report that we've had a really good success this year with our Snow Buddies program. The last time I had my one-on-ones with you all, I reported that we had 40-something that folks who signed up for Snow Buddies, mostly elderly and disabled people that need help shoveling their snow. At that time, we had exactly 42 volunteers. Now we've had 68 since that last snowstorm that have signed up. And Madeline and the team in communications has again produced another round of volunteers who are now helping all 68 of those residents. So really proud of the work that our Neighborhood Resources Program are doing to really look out for our neighbors and encourage us to look out for one another. That's all, Mayor.
All right, very cool. All right, with that, this meeting is now adjourned. It is 11:54. Hope to see you guys on Thursday night. Have a good evening.
Mayor, before everyone leaves and we actually adjourn the meeting,
sorry.
I believe you intended to announce a special meeting for next week to adopt
I
or
did.
consider a resolution.
So sorry. So yeah, it's special meeting on next Monday night we're going to be discussing the transfer of the ground lease as part of a proclamation. So we're going to make that a special meeting for next Monday night. So thanks for the reminder, City Attorney.
Yeah, and
resolution, sorry.
Yes, so it will be a single resolution for the special meeting, and the special meeting will be held at 7 o'clock in the room, in the community room.
In the community room.
On the second floor of Civic Center next Monday night. And then we will also address the study sessions that were already scheduled as well, but that.
Did you say 7 o'clock?
6 o'clock. Well, I assume we'll have the study session at 6 and the special study.
Well, it's
all
all
one meeting
study
next week,
session.
Okay.
So, okay. And then we'll add the item at the end of study
the end of the
session
study.
items?
Correct.
Okay, great. So we'll start at 6.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, City Attorney. Have a good evening, everyone.